everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. Something different for you tonight. Something really different. We got some Battlefleet Gothic ships. Now, what I'm going to try and do is finish off a whole big batch of these guys. And by big batch, I mean, I don't know, at least a couple of dozen of these, maybe more. Hey there, Armored Wolf. So yeah, this is the one from the video right here. And basically, I tried to kind of keep going with these things as I was doing. Was it 5 or 6 on the video? I think I wasn't able to do this last stage, and then I still will got to work on all the engine glow stuff. So we're gonna just try and finish these off. We're basically adding kind of the lightest of the rust effects, and also some of the, what would you say, the more detailed type stuff. Obviously, we did all of the stuff with the bases. Hey there, Ryan. Nice to see you again. And whatever. Oh, the lights. Yes, we got to do the lights here. Hey there, Crazy Wolf and Legion of Grey. Nice to see you back. So yeah, this is kind of the target here. I do have some references down there in the corners, like always. Again, I've got a few different. Let's see. Let's see what kind of status this here liner brush is. When they get kind of retired from frontline service, I always say, right, they start to become more of a weathering implement there. Now let me take some of my thinner here. Oh geez, we gotta refill this. Thank goodness I have a new thing, a thinner for Adepticon. I think I just put that out there with all the Adepticon stuff, just because I was probably going to end up forgetting that. We don't want to do that. Alright, so that is off to the side. Our basically Terra Rosa here. Now you can see I'm just kind of mixing this. Look up at the palette there. And so there's nothing going on over here. Again, this is mostly going to be, for all intents and purposes, the Terra Rosa. Just mixing this little container of it here. Throwing in, asphaltum here. So it's not too intense. Okay, I think we got this working just about the way we want. Now I'm also going to have a little bit of the regular Terra Rosa on hand here. I'm just going to start breaking this down. Breaking that down. Alrighty, let's see what we got going on here. So Crazy Wolf, great to see you. I hope that things are going okay. And again, like I said last night, I hope that the printers are all doing what they should be doing. Oh, hey, Hell again. Well, Hell again, glad that you're kind of feeling a little bit better there. That is just a crazy thing, right? And I know I had that happen with me. Well, let's see, what, chicken pox when I was in high school, right? And that can just kind of stick around. Nice to see you there, Elite. Happy Saturday to you. So actually, well, Ryan, Legion of Grey, later on, you guys want to share some of your links there in the chat, please go ahead. Now, a little bit too soon right now, right? There's not quite enough folks. Hey there, Blades. sorry I couldn't join you earlier. So Blades, great to see you. It's kind of funny because I've been mispronouncing, so it's actually Aznabal. I've been saying Enzabal, but there's actually I've kind of misplaced the N and the Z, right, Blades? Well, so actually, and again, Hal, again, if you want to share some of your fabulous watercolors and such later on when there's more folks in the chat, please go ahead and do that. See what, Elite? This is just done a tutorial video for the Patreon page, just to go up on the 18th or something like that. Not that far from now. But we got a whole bunch of the other ships yet to do, because there was dozens of these. So now we're kind of getting to the rest of them here. So Miar. You have Blades. I feel bad because I'm thinking, oh geez, have I been pronouncing it incorrectly all this time? Now we're going to do some of this here. But glad you were able to get those, pretty much get those cleared out of the way, right? In advance of Adepticon and everything, so that's fantastic. So Halligan, I'll try and shoot you a message. Sorry I couldn't really write you back too much today. It was a day of craziness and trying to readjust things and stuff. So yeah, a lot of things had to be changed on the fly. So now I'll try and shoot you a message tomorrow and see how you're doing. Hop and Puff, how you doing? Fortunately, I do have. There we go. I actually have some of these cut out. So this is a piece of high quality parchment paper. It's the flat stuff. It's not the stuff that's in rolls because stuff in rolls is going to want to stay in a roll, right? It's not going to lay flat. And all I do is I take that and I just clip it to a piece of cardboard like this. So when I don't need it anymore, I can just take it, throw it away, right? Very, very simple. Oh, you just reminded me. I got to bring some of this to Adepticon. Holy smoke. Well, I got to cut up a bunch of these. I have to cut up a whole bunch of those so I can get those to Adepticon. So thank you so much, Hopping Off, for the for the reminder. Because wow, I just thought of it I don't know, last night or the night before, but all of the stuff that's happened since kind of drove that out of my head. So you can see we're going a little bit more towards the more towards kind of a pin line, like a really true pin line wash here. It was before, it was kind of more generic. You can see that the lightness of the rust is starting to kind of take effect here a little bit. There we go. So again, still hoping to do the after dark portion of our Fort Wample experience, of course. Now here we're gonna get again just some little streaks there. We got other some craft brushes like this. Look at that. See, you just take that and oh look, see we can. It's almost like what you see on all of the usual sort of vehicle tutorials and such when you're on the YouTube there. Well, actually, so blades that don't. I don't. I'm not making you feel bad that I'm glad that it was spelled incorrectly because I'm like, oh my gosh, have I been saying it wrong for literally years? I think it's years. So Elite, well, the game system is Battlefleet Gothic, and the concept behind this, again, this is not my fleet. This is for somebody else. It's basically imagine a bunch of Federation starships still functioning, but they have not seen a starbase in perhaps 1,000 years or a couple thousand years. So, needless to say, they're kind of in a certain element of disrepair. Again, Legion of Grey, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Please, everybody, give Blades81, give Legion of Grey Plastic a follow. And, oh, hey, Crazy Wolf, there's anything you wanted to post maybe or share in the chat, please go ahead and do that too. So, again, what I'm just trying to do here is, see, we'll throw some of that. Grab ourselves a blending brush. Now, look at that. See, that is very similar to what you see on countless vehicle tutorials, is it not? Now, again, what have I not been thinking of this whole time is, oh, gee, I could take some of those vehicle files, the ones for 28 mil figs, and as we were talking about last night, reduce them 50%-ish, something like that, and then we print them at 15 mil scale, and, well, essentially Flames of War scale. Flames of War scale, and then we will maybe paint a platoon of them, because that's not practical with 28 scale, but perhaps on a more minute scale of 15 mil, that would happen. I have actually had a chance to paint some 15 mil vehicles. I did get to do some Flames of War for my French army, and then there was a couple of German vehicles. I think there was a K2, a K1, and no, I never did actually get a chance to paint the Puma, which is how the Europeans pronounce it. Apparently, I would say Puma, but I don't know. Every time I was here, Puma. So whatever, fine. Hey there, Erdemichael. So, Michael, you didn't get those days back, did you? The Friday into. No, instead of next Friday, oh no, it's this Monday. I was hoping maybe there was a reversal in your favor when it came to that. So again, here's hoping that everybody has safe travels to Adepticon, no hassles. I know some folks they're coming a long, long ways. Uh, just hoping that you get to do all of your whatever the classes, tournaments, whatever the events are. Arda Michael, sadly, Armored Wolf and I can look at that and go, "Yep, we know what that feels like." And that is no bueno, right, Arda Michael? So sorry, sorry you still lose even more time. I have to. I never did get a chance to even walk out the door today to get any more medicine. So we have to go to the pharmacy tomorrow and get some medicine for ourselves because we don't want to be at Fort Wapo without medicine, right? That would not be a good plan. Oh, Armored Wolf. Gee whiz. Well, I meant to. I was going to ask you if the magical Mr. Microphone device was something that can be procured on Amazon because I was telling Peter from CreatureCaster about that, and he says that his voice by Thursday night is gone. Because, well, the dealer's room, right? You have to shout over everybody else. And I told him about that device, and he immediately asked me, he said, "Where did you get that?" And I said, "Well, I will place some inquiries, as we say." So I think he would really appreciate having a device like that. Now, obviously, I don't think he'll be able to get that before he's heading down here, but at least maybe for next year or something. I'm just glad that I've got that, was that 6 or 8 foot cord? Alright. Again, you can see we're getting some of the lighter rust stuff in here. There's, you really see it there. Look at that. So again, this is not really a frontline service liner brush. However, no reason why we can't use it for this. It's still more than adequate for this purpose. Get a little bit more with the lighter rust. So we've got tons of these to do. Now, let's say I get through these a whole lot faster than I thought I would. I've got some kitties and some other MCP terrain pieces that I can just pop right out and we'll start working on those. We'll just jump right into those things too. Some of these, like I said, they are 3D printed, others are not. I think this is probably one of the 3D printed ones. I'm trying to judge by the weight of it. If they're really heavy, then, well, they got metal parts in them. And therefore, probably not 3D printed. So again, see, we got some panel lines here. So that means a little less thinner. So again, this is definitely too beat up for doing. Like if I wanted to paint eyeballs with it or something, or freehand, wouldn't probably want to use this. But for here, that's why I don't chuck these things away when they do start getting a little bit beat up. They move on to a different task, and that's all it is. We didn't get our letter. So you can see kind of the rust inside the panel lines there. Well, we're going to do something like this. And then we're going to do something like this, and then, there you are. And then we do this. Now, would there be weathering quite like this on a spaceship? Maybe not. However, who knows? Maybe these also do, maybe they do get landed on a surface or something somehow, for whatever bizarre reason. and they end up getting a little bit aged. But again, that's what they were hoping for to match the story, just like our Dark Queen Galadriel, right, and our snowy Galadrim elves. That's not quite. It's not exactly lore perfection, right? But it's lore entertainment. Let's see. Oh, I'm just trying to think. Let's see. I'm just trying to think of what your Chief Scotty might say. Do I look like a janitor or something like that? I keep saying now. There, I'm just thinking of Babylon 5. I don't think you necessarily had an engineer for Babylon 5, did you? As I don't think there ever was. I don't think so. No, I don't think there was. That's pretty interesting. Okay, so there, look at that. See, that's looking very fun. Oh yeah, this is I was kind of looking forward to this. There's only two of these. There's only two ships of this type right here. Well, Legion of Grey, they do actually get pitted because you're going to have your asteroid strikes and other things that are going to hit them and just other bits of stuff. Who knows? Maybe maybe it's a weapon damage too or something like that. I could have done scorch marks. I'd kind of thought about doing that. I'd actually thought about doing scorch marks too, but well, then you get into the how much time are we going to spend per ship and what's feasible. And that's all of a sudden when things start to change a little bit, the calculus there. Unless it's going to be well, each ship is $100, then we'll do all kinds of stuff. But that's a that's another part of the equation there. And well, Arda Michael, I'm sure. Now, Arda Michael, sorry also that opportunity didn't quite play out the way you were hoping for. I guess the next question is there, kind of an area where you can sort of say, okay, there, that didn't work out. I can try and see if I can generate another one of those opportunities. Legion of Grey, I think I've told you the story about the. Well, I can even just show you here. I don't have to. Oh, wait. Did I already pass by it? There it is. So yeah, there were people that were getting on my case of the little tiny bits of weathering that was on there. They'd say that would never happen. I'd say in the middle of a squall, in the middle of battle operations, would they really just have the time to we'll just casually bring this to the hangar deck? We'll just kind of take our time there and we'll clean everything totally perfect. Now, Arda Michael, I already have several names set aside for my career. I have several names set aside for my career, which, well, my previous career. I'm hoping maybe I might be able to revive some of those. How's about everybody please give Countess Rose a follow. Countess Rose, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. I hope that you're doing well. Yeah, Legion of Grey, it was bizarre. That's why I just stopped. Well, if you're wondering why I don't do historicals anymore, that is one of the primary reasons. Sad, because I would love to do them all the time. So Rusty Help, nice to see you. And thank you so much for that follow, Countess Rose. We appreciate that. Well, Gandalf does too. He certainly does. Now Gandalf kind of comes along. Is it okay? Now, granted, this ship may or may not get me to Valinor a little bit faster. However, I still find the accommodations somewhat cramped. It's like, dude, how I just what are you asking for? It's like, I don't know, something where I can actually, I don't know, maybe lay down in. This is nuts. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Countess Rose. Now, well, we have some genuine roses. So there we have some genuine roses there for Countess Rose. There's some more over there. This is also kind of a more normal thing that we might be painting on stream. We did this a few weeks ago. Actually, there's a shortened version of this up on the YouTube channel right now with some fabulous little basing bits on there. Here we're just trying to finish off, well, just a little bit of our another project right here. We've also been, there's my Tomb Kings. We've been painting a whole bunch of these. Lots of Tomb Kings lately, plus lots and lots of terrain. But now what we're trying to do is do some weathering on these very tiny little ships. And they are very tiny. The other ships that, let me see, do we have any of the painted ones here? I don't think so, but we do at least have these. So he was referring to our Armada ships. And he sees those and he says, those are a little bit small for me to get all the way to Valinor. Here's some more of them right there. So, yeah, very tiny little ships. We're using oil paints like we do for everything. So whether it's a tiny ship, whether it's a chariot, or whether it's something like this, a little bit flatter than the usual miniature, we use traditional oil paints right out of the tube. In fact, here's one of them that we're using right now. Good old Terra Rosa. So yeah, Legion of Grey. Actually, no, I think it was Old Cheese Whiz that was asking about the Terra Rosa. And for whatever reason, the only place to get the classic Terra Rosa outside of Utrecht would be Windsor Newton. Everybody else does Indian Red or Mars Red. Oh yeah, Soul Search. All of the. Here's a bigger one. Well, actually, here's one that doesn't have anything in front of it. There you go. So yeah, this is what I paint on all of the bases, just because, well, it kind of gives them a nice little setting, right? And I got them right here. And needless to say, we do that every so often. It's kind of hard to resist, right? Fun little spacescapes like so. Well, also too, sometimes we take it to more of a 3D form. Here we go. Here's, look at this. There's the best planet of all. This is a pro Pluto channel. So yes, Pluto is best planet, not a Kuiper Belt object. And there's the moon, right? So yes, sometimes we take things to an even more extreme when it comes to our planetary stuff there. Now, let's see. Here's some more of those 3D printed Tomb Kings here. We did 8 of these. I still got to print out that last Ushabti, the Anubis version with the bow. So this guy, there's basically 3 versions of each. One with halberd, one with bow, one with the hand weapons, and they've got crocodile. They have the, where did my brush go here? There it is. They've got the Anubis, and they have the Basti, the kitties. So yes, all hail Pluto, bestest of all worlds. All hail the tiny frozen planet with its own moon. With its own moon. So yeah, and that was actually part of a much larger army. Let's go all the way back to about 2012 here. Where's our Lizzies? There you go. There you go. You might recognize some more spacescapes there, painted on those. Those are scratch sculpted engines of the gods, by the way. And there's Sticky Wicket there as well. I gotta find him. And there's some Cav there. And look, there's Baby Bobbo right there. Now there's Sticky Wicket. That's a little painting we did of a miniature. Yeah, there's another little view of the army. You can see the engines of the gods in the background. There's Bobbo. That's Mage Priest Bobbo. That's a terrain board that we made. So this, you know what? Let's. Here we go. Does that have it? Nope, that's not the one. There we go. So you see that says Bobbo's Trophy on there? That's because the Lizardman army that got the Army's Parade that year. So, of course, Babbo laid claim to that trophy, I guess, as its only right. Yes, Babbo said, this is my army, that's my trophy. I mean, what are you going to do? Are you going to argue with a mage priest? Not only might he turn you into something unnatural, but he might also, he might just drop Comet of Cassandra on you, which is a whole nother story of my very first Warhammer tournament way back in the day. The gist of it is that my opponent kind of knew that that was my first tournament ever, and shall we say, might have taken full advantage of that in every way, shape, or form. But despite his supposed experience, he failed to realize that Comet of Cassandra, this is the old version, that spell, by the way, had been brewing for, oh, I don't know, about 4 turns. And when that thing finally went off, he went from just about a dominating win to disappearing. What little of his army was not destroyed outright ran away, and well, I got a nice little victory out of that. So ever since, Blades, you know why Babbo is always so prominently featured? Because Kathy could see from a distance that things weren't going so well, and she brought over Babbo and set him down on the table, and that was kind of to, shall we say, cheer me up a little bit. That is the precise moment when Comet of Cassandra went off. So from that day forward, nobody would look into Babbo's laser beam eyes because they didn't want to be destroyed. So that created the legend of Babbo, which is why you have Mage Priest Babbo and you have Skink Priest Babbo. And now we're going to somehow desperately try to get all those rebased, and we're gonna put those in the Golden Demons, just because that's where Babbo should be. So that's probably going to require some all-nighters between now and then, but hey, why not? Boy, Arda Michael, you have, geez, I don't even know if it's practical, Arda Michael, but I don't know if you've seen the primer painting videos where literally things are getting painted with primer. Oh, can I even reach them here? Well, these are sort of and I actually take it much further. This is actually all just primer right here. There's no paint on here. And I just didn't get a chance to get to this part here, but primer painting, and I will be doing that with the trees now, and I'm also going to have to semi do that with these guys as well. So remember we painted 2 of these guys on stream last night. That was very fun, and again, using the oil paints for that. So yes, I'm going to try, because speaking of Mage Priest Babbo, there he is. So there is Mage Priest Babbo. This is that is an old classic figure, let me tell you. Actually, I have other examples. I need to scroll even further, but one sec here, one sec. Here we go. Okay, that was painted with the oils. Here we go. So this is half the size of a human head, so it's gargantuan. It probably weighs about 17, 18 pounds or so. That's actually painted with primer mixed with ghost tints and metallic paints. So that is mostly primer, what you're looking at there. Uh, this one too. That is actually mostly primer. That thing probably weighs closer to 30 pounds. Again, it's half the size of a human head. It is ginormous. So yeah, that's a little bit of an example there of the primer painting. Now, let me see if I've got, I'm wondering, I've got some terrain here. Well, even that terrain piece, that's basically painted mostly with primer right there. And I might have another little example of that. Well, oh, wait a minute, I do. Time out here. Let me just get back to my scene, Because this, and I got a whole series, the 3-part tutorial on this, the initial painting of this was with primer. So I essentially mixed some yellow primers and I mixed some lighter blue primers, and then obviously some gray primers there. So that was also painted primarily with primer. Well, you got to think about it, Soul Search. Okay, something like that is going to get handled, right? A lot, because there's no base for it. There's no delicate way to handle that. Well, wouldn't it make sense to perhaps have your first several layers of paint actually be primer? Because that's going to be very rugged, is it not? So that was part of the logic behind there. Soul Search, the first time where I really did it kind of in earnest. He's a very nice guy, by the way. Anyways, the first time I did that was at a convention where it was actually Ken from Badger Airbrush, and it was a small convention. It was Little Wars, and there was not a whole lot going on. He was just sitting there in the dealer's room, just kind of basically twiddling his thumbs because there, again, not a whole lot going on. And I said, well, Ken, would you want me to paint some stuff, with the paints? And he says, all I've got are 6 colors of primer. And he had his airbrushes, obviously. And he said, I don't have anything for you to paint. So I literally went to the booth next to him and got a handful of die-cast toy tanks. I mean, like metal die-cast toy tanks. We stripped off the primer, or we stripped off the stickers, right? The little stickers that were on there. And then I started just spraying with the primer. Again, I had gray, I had white, I had black. The only other color I had was basically a terracotta and this sort of camo green type color. And so what I did was I started with the rust primer. I started spraying that. I literally just took the dropper bottle and just started pouring black in there. I kept spraying. The rust became sort of a dark reddish brown, and it kept getting darker and darker. Well, then it got black. Then I started putting gray in there. So now it's going from black to a dark gray to a light gray. Then I put a teensy bit of white in there, and that was kind of my highlight. Then I took the black and white primers. I did a Balkan ruse in a few places on the tank, and I set it down on the table. I said, there's a Panzer IV in Dunkelgrau. No, it's a Panzer III in Dunkelgrau. And everybody just basically took out their wallets and started buying primer. And from there, the primer painting legend was born. And that's all I had was some die-cast metal tanks, 6 colors of primer, and an airbrush. I literally had to borrow a brush from somebody else. No, I think somebody else had some brushes. I just had to buy a brush, any old brush, so that I could paint the Balkan ruse. And that's how the legend began. Kind of like the legend of Babo. It's story time tonight. It's story time in Wapelville. Normally it's the silly Maryland. And again, look what's happening there. That's very fun, right? Do I have another one? Yes, I do. Not the right one. Yeah, there we go. So I can see already the kind of the difference between the two, right? So ever since then, and we're talking about, oh my gosh, what would you say, Armored Wolf, 2015, 2016 for something like that? So darn near 10 years later, I still do the very same thing. And especially on terrain, because terrain is also going to get abused, right? It's really going to get some punishment. Why not do the same thing? And here it was the same thing. I mixed up 3 different primer colors. And ultimately, I also add regular paint to it. So the first layer is always just straight up primer. Whether it's mixed or not, it's still primer. But once you get to layer 3 or 4, well, what's to say you don't mix some paint with it? You still have the total effect of the primer, except now you have even more of a interest, more of a color to it. And I'm continuing to develop. Actually, I just literally filmed a video. What was it, last week or the week before, that talked about painting just with primers. Soul Search. It was what was really entertaining about that is that you're not supposed to do that, right? You're supposed to put one little color in the airbrush, right? And you gently spray that one little color, then you clean out the airbrush, and then you put the next color in there. Basically, I was using the airbrush like a concealed water cannon. I just I had it up to some like 45, 50 psi or something like that, and I was just cranking away with it, which led to the other thing, because obviously, well, Ken and I, we continued this shtick on some other conventions too, most notably Gen Con. And people would say, so what PSI are you using that at? I'd say, I don't know. See that guy over there? And I would point to Ken, who was about 6 feet away. I'd say, well, if I can hit him from here, then I'm going to tell you it's probably about 45 or 50 PSI. And of course, I would shoot it at him. And if he would like brush off his arm, wonder why there was some moisture on his arm, then I'd say, well, okay, you know what the PSI is now. So that was, yeah, that was a shtick that we used to do all the time. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That is very, very fun. That was, I was kind of hoping with this one here, I could just sort of do with the primer and some of the primer painting, get the lighter tones in. Ooh, actually, oh, wait a minute. Time out. Aha. Looky there. Looky there. So that's this is basically primer painting. And now all we did was just add a series of pin line, very targeted by the way, pin line washes. So looky there. That's same ship, big difference, right? Same ship, big difference. And again, this I have on the Patreon page, I've got a one of my episodes where we were filming the painting of a bunch of ships like just like these. All right, let me get to this ship here. Geez, Erda Michael, that's like the most important one. That's the terracotta, right, Arda Michael? Legion of Grey, thanks for being here. Hey, Legion of Grey, why don't you post some of your links there in the chat? Same thing there, Ryan. Oh, and Blade, same deal. Why don't you post some links in the chat? Because I got some folks here. Sorry, I got distracted by story time in Wampleville. So my apologies for that. Got a little bit distracted. Where's my blending? There you are, my blending brush. Soul Search, that was, we used to way back in the day. We did, the spray can. However, in Chicago, there's about 47 seconds over a 10-year period that's amenable to doing the spray can stuff outside. Actually, maybe every 20 years. So that's a long wait in between primer, safe periods of using the rattle can. So instead, we just started brushing the stuff on because we noticed that, well, most of the primer is hitting the box or the sidewalk or just going up in the air. We've noticed that we had to still brush on primer anyways, even after doing all that. We said, well, if we got to brush on the primer anyway, why don't we just start with that? So, oh, here it is. So it's the terracotta. I think that's what he calls it. So yeah, Arda Michael, that is the Steinores terracotta, which essentially is Terra Rosa. So it's essentially red iron oxide. Everybody, please check out the links there. They're both Instagram. Yeah, that Legion of Grey posted, and of course Ryan. Ryan has some fabulous oil painted miniatures there. So please check those out. So thanks, Ryan. Sorry I didn't think of doing that sooner. My apologies. It's been a very distracting 24 hours to say the least. Elite, it's impossible to say because that you're going all the way back to about 1992 or something like that. It's safe to say that actually attending conventions, there was a point where I was actually attending somewhere between 9 and 10 of those a year, plus the Renaissance Fair, which was 9 weeks long. And then we used to mail in our art to conventions. So I would attend about somewhere between 5 to 8 conventions a year, and we would mail out artwork to 45 to 50 more. So we were a grand total was somewhere in the neighborhood. If you include all the mail-in stuff, you're talking about 50 shows a year. So that is again the Renaissance Fair. That was even more brutal because now you're not just battling the elements. You've also got to basically make an entire convention's worth of stuff every week. Armored Wolf also does the Renaissance Fair, so Armored Wolf says, "Yeah, yep, I know what that's like." Everybody, please check out Armored Wolf Productions. Please visit the Etsy page there and get those sensational dice bags. Soul Search, well, we always like to say the family that paints together stays together. But those paint and take areas, those are that is a really, really, really good way to introduce folks, right? Because there's kind of a lot of energy going on, right? There's people painting there, they're having fun. Instead of just kind of you're at home and you got the stuff out on the table and you say, "Here, just use this." Yeah, Arda Michael, it's a it gets to be a bit of a grind, doesn't it? So great to see you there, Zach. Oh, Zach, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Same thing. Again, we're just look at this. Again, this is a brush that is really not up to doing our usual detail stuff. However, for a purpose like this, it actually is really good. Now, well, Soul Search, that's fantastic. That is sensational. Soul Search, well, I don't know if you have any pictures of the stuff that you guys painted together, something like that, you want to post that in the chat, that'd be fabulous. So great to see you again there, Zach. Oh, gee whiz, okay. Alright, let's not sleep on this section over here. We're doing all of the dorsal stuff. We got to remember some of this ventral stuff down here too. But Zach, that's fantastic. Oh, and again, Zach, if you want to let folks know, maybe that live in the area, when some events might be, obviously ReaperCon, but I don't know, does ReaperCon really need any? Does it need any sort of announcement? Right, ReaperCon is ReaperCon. Soul Search, it's really a good idea just to hang on to that, because if anything else, I wish I don't have many of my original miniatures because a lot of them, well, they got sold or whatever, but uh, basically kind of a then and now, right? This is where you began. It's always anytime maybe you get a little bit, you say, boy, I don't know, am I progressing the way I want to? Well, then maybe you look at some of your older stuff, like your first miniature, and you say, well, yeah, I think I have. You look at the old stuff, you say, wow, I thought that was really nifty when I did that. But that's another kind of a way to, I guess, gauge your progress, that sort of thing. So the Reaper Paint Club hosted Saturdays and Sundays. That is noon to 4 Central. And then on Tuesday and Wednesday, 5 to 9 p.m. Central Time. So Zach, yeah, pardon my ignorance, but is the new factory all built? Because that was kind of up the road, right? It's more, it's for lack of a better term, it's more near the entrance, right? When you first turn into that, well, series of parking lots, it's closer to the front of that, right? Again, my memory might be sketchy because, well, it's been since 2019. So I apologize if the memory is a bit, again, on the sketchy side. So Soul Search, definitely a wise plan to hang on to that. And of course, Countess Rose, just like I was saying, if you want to post any stuff that you have been doing in the chat, no, you just finished your stream. So unless you skedaddle off to that photo booth, if you want to share any Insta, Discord links, that sort of thing. The new factory is closer to done. I was gonna say as well, Zach, I thought it was actually Bones 57. Yeah, Bones 56 happened an hour ago. They're on Bones 57. By the time Adepticon is over, they should be on about Bones 73. It's just as somebody who barely got in on the Bones one, it's remarkable how many different ones there have been. Obviously, they've changed a lot, right? The big giant ships. They probably couldn't. Well, I think Ed probably visualized something like the big ships when they were still doing Bones 1 or Bones 2. But I'm sure a lot of folks never could have visualized the gargantuan ships that they did as part of, was that Bones 5, Zach? No, hey, Zach, did you want to share Reaper Live? Because they still do their Twitch Actually, Zach, are they still doing that? Because you know what I haven't gotten an alert for? Of course, Twitch always unfollows. It always unfollows you. I haven't seen a Reaper Live in, oh man, way too long. Hey, Lethal Shadows. How you doing there, Lethal Shadows? So, Lethal Shadows, the box did arrive. I haven't even opened it yet. Everybody please check out Lethal Shadows Gaming because, well, you saw us using these to great extent last night. You'll see me using it later tonight here. Again, we're going to be having these at Adepticon, a dozen of these, 3 dozen of these. So these are the very special paint sides right here with the removable tips, right? So again, yeah, we use these, the larger ones as blending brushes very often. So again, you do this. Let's not lose the little, there it is. Don't want to lose that spring. There you go. So you can take this out, you can change it for another one, different size, or let's say you want to transport this, you put it back in its little housing, it goes in here, and then your brush is nice and safe for the traveling. So everybody, again, please check out Lethal Shadows Gaming, and again, we appreciate Lethal Shadows for making these very special brushes. Lethal Shadows is going to be at PAX. And Lethal Shadows, if you want to give them the specs on the booth number. And also, Lethal Shadows has started up a new paint line. Yes, a new paint line. So you can ask Lethal Shadows questions about that too. Alright, so everybody please check out the Discord link that Soul Search posted. Now, Soul Search, usually Discord links are super, super long. But everybody, again, please check out the Discord link that Soul Search just posted. Again, the family that paints together stays together. So TT01, that is the booth number, and they will be open till midnight. So again, that will be your first opportunity to get to the new Lethal Shadows gaming paints. Lethal Shadows is a whole bunch of interesting projects. that they're working on. So the new paint line may not be the last of the new products that you see coming from Lethal Shadows. So again, everybody please check out Lethal Shadows Gaming. Lethal Shadows Gaming also does paint streams too. For those that want to, well, and some of these ships are 3D printed. Let's say you want to do 3D printing, but you do not have a printer. Well, that's not a problem, because guess who does? That would be Lethal Shadows Gaming. And like we said last night, Lethal Shadows has about 12 quadrillion STL files to choose from. Well, look at that. They're also an airbrush. So for those that are airbrush, and we were just telling our little story about Little Wars, right? And the primer painting, basically starting with the rust-colored primer, then squeezing in some of the black primer, and then going all the way from the gray to the white, and poof, there's in about 45 seconds, there's a PZ3 and Dunkelgrau. So again, everybody please check out Lethal Shadows Gaming. Again, if you need to have stuff printed, and I do understand that not everybody can have a 3D printer in the house for various reasons, pets, whatever. Well, that's okay. That doesn't mean you have to miss out. You do not have to miss out on the fun. Again, you can see the difference, right, between the ones where we've done our lighter rust, and after we do all the rust and such, then we have to do our engine glows here. We'll be getting to that as well. Again, this is a kind of a beat up liner brush here. Let's see, again, I also will have some of the replacement, the actual operational end of the scythe. And then there's also the paint scepters. That's for, well, that's for holding on to your miniatures. Yeah, let's hit a little bit of this here. And again, this is your classic pin line wash. I know I've said this several times, especially in recent videos and whatever. Having been a watercolor artist for 20 some odd years, you learn a little bit about hydrodynamics. You learn what water does and what it doesn't do. There are certain things water doesn't do, and it's this. Why? Because water is quite literally thicker than oils, so it cannot do all of this sort of pin line wash activity here. It's just not going to happen. There's other things that it does well. Use it for the things that it's going to do well. And obviously use the oils for the things that they're going to do well. Only makes sense, right? Why just kind of tie one hand behind your back, say, I am not going to utilize this particular tool that will make my life easier. I choose to do it the hard way. That's not really would be my approach. Again, everybody's approach is up to everybody, but that's not really what I'd be doing myself. So if you are at PAX, again, head to TT01. That's like literally the first booth in that part of the vendor hall there. Go there and try out the new paints. Get them while they're there. Yeah, let's do some of this over here. Now, Lethal Shadows, I don't remember, if there's going to be kind of a staged release where you kind of, okay, this is batch 1, then we're going to do batch 2, then we'll do some specialty ones if you want to fill in folks on how that's going to go. So there's a convention special. You buy 5, get 1 free. So free for 5. Buy 5, get 1 free. What are we trying to do here? Well, let's get to this side here. So as you see, I've got a couple of different things here. We've got our little, that's just a water bottle cap right there. We got that. That's our much more thin down stuff, right? That's got a lot of the thinner. And this is mostly straight up Terra Rosa there. I want to say 30% thinner. Whereas what's in the container is, ooh, that's about 90% thinner. Keep in mind with the oils, and again, another thing that's different, you can thin the oils, you cannot dilute them. That is why when we need to do our object source lighting, like here on our kitties, and we need to do that lightest light down in there, that's actually a pin line wash. That's actually washed in there. That's not painted in there. That is washed in there. So again, a little something to kind of keep in mind. And let me put him over here just so we have access to him for later. So they're going strong to the hoop right out of the gate. 90 colors, all unique. Metallics, washes, fluoros, brush cleaners, and mediums. So go in strong right out of the gate. I mean that's covering all the bases, right? Lethal shadows. You even have kind of your interference colors there, and the metallics, and of course, there's a special place here for all things fluorescent, right? Because I mean, this is the object source lighting channel after all. Doesn't matter what the color is. We'll light it up with anything. Doesn't matter, blues and greens and all kinds of stuff here. There's we don't have our Tomb King chariot, but we do have a couple of our Star Wars figs here. It's one of our Inquisitors with the greens, and then here's again another example of the blue object source lighting. So we love our fluorescent paints here. We have also done a whole bunch of stuff with the metallic side of things, true metallic metals. I know most folks see me doing the non-metallic, but we do a fair amount of the true metallic. Again, here just taking this little, that's our Lethal Shadows brush there. We just used to do a little bit of blending right there. Yeah, let's get some more of this back here. Thinner, I'm just going to put a little there and a little bit by the asphaltum. Nifty color there, and I just realized we need, there we go, a little bit more. There. Okay, good enough. So Lethal Shadows, here's hoping that you'll still be upright just at the start of PAX, and then somehow manage to survive the whole convention without just kind of toppling over from fatigue. We're all going to be in that same boat. Armored Wolf and myself and you, we're all going to be thinking, holy smokes, now here's something a wee bit bigger. We'll do the same thing though. Same idea as what we've been doing there. More here. So like I said, at Adepticon, I will have a limited number of the paint side, the very special commemorative ones. Again, Lethal Shadows can't be there because Lethal Shadows is at all these other merch conventions, so minus a TARDIS and a Time Machine can't be at all places at once. But if you're going to be at Adepticon, then you will be able to get those, plus Armored Wolf's fabulous stickers. Oh, so Blades, I don't know if you had a chance. This is, again, it's not what I was hoping for. I just didn't get the time to do all the holographic stuff because just basically time ran out. I would have loved to do this in like the type and the holographic stuff, maybe the background or something. But at least I've got some of these to give people at Adepticon. Spencer Rifle, nice to see you. Happy Friday. We still have 39 minutes of Friday here. So I am entitled to say Happy Friday still. for the next 39 minutes. So great to see you there, Spencer. I hope that you're doing well. More of our, again, this is some of the lighter rust up there. Now I might have to get some more Terra Rosa out here on the palette, I think. Now we really are going to try and get down into some of these little panel lines here. Okay, the last time we tried that we were able to do something like this on the stream was pretty much never. So this is, it's pretty intriguing. I hope that it doesn't get too repetitive for folks. Now here what I'm trying to do is actually even some little individual little lines of this now. I got a whole bunch of pictures I'm gonna have to take of this stuff. Okay. Turn him around. Start doing some of that over here. Out there. Spencer, hopefully all the painting projects are going as well as you could hope for. More of our, again, this is kind of that sort of lighter rescue. I'm not going to go lighter than that like I might say on a regular 28 mil scale vehicle or something, because that would just be a little too much. I'm going to try and work some of this in here, and then some of the lighter, more Terra Rosa color here. Fine, I'll mix some of that in there too. Another couple of, there we go. A couple more streaks there as well. And drop me some of this all the way down there, and some of those little crevices. I might want to get a little bit more on the, well, wing, so to speak, there. So, thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for sharing the link to the Patreon page. Like I said, this video here that I've been talking about, where we did some of the initial filming on these tiny little ships, that's going to go up on the 18th. Do I have... Oh, you might be able to see this. So I put some of the dull coat on there. Now, obviously, that's the Army Painter Anti-Shine. You can see the difference that's already made. Now, there's I'm going to go over again some other areas here, but that took away a lot of the shine from the alkyds. I mean, that thing was so shiny. It was like all the flowers and everything. It was, you couldn't see anything. It was crazy. So I'm just going to leave that over there, actually. And that was I just put that video up on the Patreon page earlier today. Maybe a couple hours before the stream started. Oh, and by the way, do I have them here? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. So I did get those Halo figures based. There's 4 of them. There's 2 with an urban setting like this, and then there's 2 more that are more of a jungle type setting like this one. And that's the plan anyways, is to be painting some of these on stream tomorrow. So these are the Halo figures that are new from Mantic Games. Sometime fall of this year. That's when that's coming out. So I think they will be having at least some stuff. Well, and those, yes, those will be in the Mantic booth if you're going to be at Adepticon. So you'll be able to see them there too. I will be bringing all of the Armada stuff And of course, I don't have our little halflings here anymore, sadly, to show. But all of the Kings of War stuff that we painted in the recent streams, that's also going to be out and about there in the Mantic booth. So again, we appreciate Mantic Games. They have also been very kind to support us here too. I think I'm going to have to mix me up a little bit more of this stuff here. We've done the 3, 6, 7, I don't know, 8 or 9 or so ships already. And they're the bigger ones. We have a whole bunch of the smaller ones then. However, it is we're only an hour in, so yeah, I think we just an hour and 5 minutes in. So Zach, if you want to fill in, folks, what kind of specifics on classes that you'll maybe be doing there, that's fine. Again, that's at the Reaper HQ there in Texas. So Soul Search, I'll grab. I think there's about 10 of those. No, maybe not as many. Let's see, 2, 4, about maybe 8 of these guys. So this is one of the largest ships, and that is that's just about the smallest one right there. There's these little guys that are even smaller. I don't quite know what those are, but that is also part of the fleet there. Fine, I'm going to throw me a little bit of the asphaltum over here. And again, the sailing ships that we showed earlier, those are basically kind of in a way the same size, kind of scale as this here. And let's see, do we have some more of those down here? Where's the Empire of Dust fleet? It's gonna be too hard to find. Oh, and actually this, I just realized that I was thinking this is what I would bring for Golden Demons right here, just for funsies, because reasons. Actually, you know what? I do, those done lendings are GW figures, in fact. So, yeah, I guess I could bring one of those. I thought about the Balrog. So it's either Balrog or Witch King for Golden Demons. Unless that, one could go in diorama. Maybe the Witch King goes in diorama. Not that that would have any chance of winning anything. But it does free up the Balrog. So Zach is going to start out with some basics, like non-metallic metals, weathering, some blending, and some sheeted metallics, true metallic metals. And of course, Zach, if you want to share any of your Instas or whatever to let folks see what you do. Alright, it's time to mix up a bit more of our stuffs here, because I'm going to need it anyway. So we're going to take some of this here. And what I'm doing is I'm just breaking this down. So this right here is somewhere in the neighborhood of about 97-ish% thinner. Somewhere between 95 and 97. But over here, again, this is more like 90% paint. Whole different story over there. Yeah, I need more thinner in this. I'm gonna just do something like this and something like this. Now we will take another brush that we're going to just use as a blending brush here. See what? Look at this. Look at this here. That's kind of fun, right? How you doing there, Denethor? You know, this makes me wonder. The guy with the beard and the pointy hat, he has fireworks, right? Why don't we maybe just shoot those at all the orcs? I don't know, maybe they get scared, they run away. Or instead, here's what we do. We let them walk right up to our fortress and they blow it up. That's a fantastic plan there, Gandalf. Of course, you're the Maiar, you're the genius, right? I'm just the I'm just the steward. That's all I am. Yeah, just looking at the Palantir every day. How you doing there, Denethor? Thank you so much. Thank you so much there, Denethor. Well, Denethor, you're getting an awful lot of screen time there. Lots of screen time. So, Denethor, if you wanted to share any of your stuff there that you've been painting with the oils, please go ahead and do that. I know you got some stuffs that you can share. Now, what are we doing here? Again, we're going to do this. I'm going to take another brush here, and we're just going to see that, do some nifty little streaks right there. So yeah, Denethor, if you want to share stuff, please go ahead. Geez, Denethor, I never even got to look at the Aussie Rules football site last weekend to see if the doggies won or lost. And of course, well, I'm sure. I think they're doing Thursday night footy now too. I haven't looked to see what's going on this week either. What do I see over here? I see something that a little bit shy on the rusty stuff here, so we'll chuck a little bit of that over here too. Everybody, please check out the Discord link that Denethor just shared, and be a loyal Gondorian. And again, please check out what Denethor just posted. Look what I just did there. How long did that take? Oh, here's the thing. If you try and do that with the acrylics, one thing that unfortunately can happen, and again, many years with the watercolors, you get yourself a watermark there, where I took that brush and wiped away the thinner there. That's not going to leave a mark. However, sadly, with the water, that will leave a watermark. It's just, I mean, it is what it is. Again, the primer painting, well, I can't do that with the oils, can I? Because it's acrylic primer. So you do the thing. You use the material that works best for that particular task or whatever. Denethor, we found that the same. Actually, Denethor, remember before it finally did actually die, remember that like 2 megapixel camera that you would see me taking pictures of the landscapes of Middle Earth with it, and we would joke about that thing. Yeah, that still, I would rather have that than the brand new one that I have, which is, it's close to the same thing, but it's actually not as good as the old one was, which is crazy because it's many more megapixels, I'll tell you that. Let's grab these couple of guys here. By Denethor, it really, it's almost kind of scary to see the difference, isn't it? Because it is shocking. It really is. It's not a little bit of difference, it's a lot of bit of difference. So I think that's what we'll do. Yeah, we'll go Dio on, or dual. Yeah, I've never done a duel before. Obviously, again, nothing's gonna win anything. I'll tell you that right now. But I've never actually entered anything in duel. I bet you can't put. I don't know if you can put Lord of the Rings stuff in duel. But yeah, I could have George versus the Witch King, because that is his name. That's George. That's kind of a third age sort of a name. So yeah, that's not like one of the normal names of the Dunedain or something like that. That's kind of a again you're bordering on fourth age Tolkienian names right there with George. But George, he was a very brave guy. He tried to fight the fell beast on his own. Denethor, it's just in the way the old camera. I could point it at a bunch of miniatures, and I would get somewhere between 3 to 6 or 8 focus boxes. With this other one, which is sort of like a newer version of the same thing, if I'm lucky, and I really, really try hard, I might get 3 of those same focus boxes. It just, for whatever reason, just does not do as well. Proving once again that newer ain't always better. Because, yeah, there's no, I don't use any settings or anything like that. With the other one, it was just, I turn it on, I point it, it goes ding, and I press the click, or press the button, take the picture. Because, well, an Armored Wolf knows this, because Armored Wolf also takes hundreds of photos per day. Well, when you're taking hundreds of pictures per day, there's not going to be any nifty little, I'm going to do this very delicate setting here. It's like, nope. No siree. Let's put it this way. My photography is more like fishing with dynamite. Actually, I really prefer fishing with nuclear weapons. Because after you have blown up all the fishies, they will glow, and you'll be able to find them even if it gets dark out. Let's do some more of our lighter rust stuff down here. And the blending brush, always handy. Poof, a little more there. So let me see. We got, okay, 1 over there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think this is the 10th one we've done this with. Then again, we got to go through all the little guys. And then we have to get to all of the engine glow stuff here too. And okay, where's the one? Is that the same one? Yeah. So essentially this is the primer painted version, and then here is our, shall we say, somewhat oxidized version. A little bit of an oxidization process happened on some of these here. Once again, I'm going to get over here with this and then do some streaks there. How's about we get something even a little bit lighter there. Maybe it's smidge up there. Do the same thing. How about a little bit down here? Again, you can see that it's amazing how it basically defies gravity, right, Denethor? Hey there, Horns fan. How you doing? So, Horns fan, let's see, you did your vacation thing, right? And I know you had a whole bunch of really fun stuffs that you were going to do on said vacation. So I hope you get a chance to do that. Denethor, you'll have to send me a link to that at some point. Actually, the thing that I'm very excited about, of course, it's not coming here to what, July, Armored Wolf, and that would be the new. It's a combination camera and boom. That's the Logitech. Actually, Lethal Shadows. I think you got one of those too, right? But that's not supposed to deliver until July, I think. So Chile and Argentina wineries, food, and that's. I mean, we were talking about how kind of some of the arid things created by the mountain ranges in Chile. sort of are handy for wine country to develop around it. So yeah, Denethor, I don't know if you saw. Well, I know you didn't see this one yet because I haven't posted it to the Patreon page yet, but that'll be on the 18th. Will be the video where I did, was it about half a dozen of these little ships here, and basically this classic pinline washing type stuff. Now, Denethor, the other thing I was going to do again was take those 28 mil scale files and then print those out in 15 mil scale. And then instead of just doing the one vehicle, maybe we do a platoon. Flames of War style. How does that sound? Yeah, Hornsfan. I would guess there's some flora and fauna that are almost like, okay, it's this one valley, or it's just in this one part of the mountain range or something where you have this particular species of whatever. Hornsfan, that has taken on all kinds of bizarre twists and turns. This is actually part of a Adepticon prep right here. I was painting I was painting 4 terrain pieces last night. This is one we did 2 of these guys. We did 2 of these and 2 kitties last night. Now let me see, how dry is that? Okay, well, okay, so some of that, but that's again, that's some of our latest light there. So Hornsfan, I'm really glad that you got a chance to do it. It sure sounds like you had yourself lots of fun. You have the evidence to show it, right, Hornsfan? So Hornsfan, that means by the time the college football season starts, you're gonna have, well, by July, right, by training camps, you're gonna have to get yourself in season form there. So yeah, Denethor. It never even occurred to me, right, to print those things at a smaller scale. To perhaps, again, do something. It won't be epic sized, but Flames of War set. I also do have at least 4 French vehicles already. I've got a Samwa, I have a Charbie, I have a couple of Renaults, so I have more than enough to quite literally do a, and I have some of the infantry too, so I could quite literally print out a Flames of War, early war French army. So there again, that's some very fun stuff there with the washes, is it not? So Hornsfan might have gone up or 2 in uniform size there, Hornsfan. So yeah, Bithron, these are the BFG ships with all of again the whole idea is that they're like Federation starships that have not seen a starbase in 1,000 years or 2,000 years or something along those lines. All right, this one's also gonna go in that pile. Did we do this one yet? We did not do this one yet. So a bit of Battlefleet Gothic. Now Hornsfan, I also have, I have videos where we painted these, right? And then I only have these that aren't finished here, but we also painted some of these with the interference colors and the, oh gosh, what is that? The metal medium added in. So I've already done one of the really big ships there, Bithra, and I have a whole bunch of the tiny ones. And this is another one that we did there too. And Bithron, I do have that file from what, Game Body. I just that's something that's going to have to wait to be printed until after Adepticon. It would certainly be very fascinating to paint that, right, Bithron? I think the only other ship that they've done would be the Star Fury. Yeah, it's the only other one that they've done. Thank you so much, Horns fan. We do not mind a little bit of medicine right now. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Again, Horns fan, glad that you were able to really enjoy that vacation there. Again, in more ways than one, right? And you brought some of it home with you, and you didn't even have to declare that at customs, did you? Yeah, that was free to bring home. Now here, I'm going to try a little something here along this side. Right there. Oh, we never did do these. I get just a little bit of the asphaltum here. Now, the other advantage of this type of approach, of course, is that, well, it's going to dry pretty quickly because it is mostly just thinner. Yeah, here we are back to our Rosa here. Let me push you around a little bit there. So thank you so much, Horns fan. Appreciate that. And of course, Bithron, you want to share any of your terrain pieces that you've been working on, which you've been working on several. I know you were kind of maybe thinking after this, your basically your own version of Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain, you might drift back into some of the Wild West theme there. It's been a wee while, and of course, speaking of the smaller scale stuff, Flames of War. I know you were doing a lot of terrain for that, and obviously you have your Finnish army that you were working on. All right, no. Let's stick with more of the Terra Rosa here. Again, getting a few of some of these streaks going here. Everybody check out the Insta link there. The Bitron just posted. So Horns fan, now that you have returned, aside from trying to exercise all of the souvenirs off of the body frame there, is there any painting stuff that you're really looking to dive into straight away? Yeah, look at that. Not only does that provide some really interesting weathering, but it also provides some shading there too. So it's kind of performing two functions at once. And that's what I was hoping for, and that was my strategery. Right, again, that's the primer painting. That's what we have now. Well, that will be good, Horns fan. I know you had the outdoor stuff. I have. Ooh, jeez. Well, there's that whole new kitchen floor I've got to put down here. Minor details. That's not going to happen once again till after Adepticon. None of that stuff. Now, a Horns fan, then all you have to do is build a shelving unit for all the terrain. Because you will need terrain. Can't play games without terrain. It's actually a legal contract right there. That is enshrined in law. Minor detail, right, about the painting. Again, maybe a little of that down here on the front of this. And then we do have to get to also the lights that go in there too. All right, let me just find a spot for that. And now we're going to start taking out some of these littler some of these are the couple of the mid-range here, and then some of the smallest ones here. So we'll get these guys out here, and I think there's there's maybe about 8 of these. I'm looking at 3, maybe 7, I guess. Let's see, that's 5, 6. It looks like there's only 7. Okay. Oh no, there is 8, because one of them is painted already. That's it. That sounds really interesting there, Michael. That sounds very cool. That's good. That's good, Hornsfan. So yeah, Hornsfan, I basically had to abandon the printer. Never could get that working again, so that's a very sad thing. Not that, I mean, it would have been nice to at least just have that going, because that was not taken up. It's the resin printing that takes up a lot of the time. Terrain printing is, oh, look, it's done. Pop it off the thing, start the next print. Sadly, that is the one that's not working. And again, I did the firmware update, all that kind of stuff, and that didn't do anything. So Spitfire Miniatures asks, why did old-time cowboys put lanterns on their horses at night? He says it's very logical. He says that was an early form of satellite. Let me just throw a dot of thinner there. Also over here by the asphaltum. Get you down in here. Hornsfan, so the 2 resin printers, those, well, when it's cool enough, which is ironic that I have to wait till it's cooler, but when it is cool enough, those are going as much as possible. Some of these I had to print out more bases for these because I ran out of those. And then there's all of there's a bunch of those Cathy goblins that I'm trying to print out for Adepticon. And then there's all the basing bits, and we printed out a bunch of those for our Halo miniatures. Again, this is tomorrow night stream. I'll be painting these Halo Halo miniatures. Again, those are from Mantic. That's the game that's going to be unleashed sometime the fall of this year. Don't ask me when. It just, all I know is it's the fall of 2024. So it is open mic night here in Wampleville. It's the Wampleville Comedy Club. So yeah, Hornsfan, what it means is that even if I can get that going again, I have fallen way behind on what I need to be doing. Now I had hoped, if possible, maybe to scare up enough funds at Adepticon to maybe just to be able to get a new one, just in case the old one can't get working and that just has to be sent back, so that I don't keep losing more printing time. That looks less likely now with certain factors that have popped up. Oh, I need it. Yeah, we need to get some on this side here. I forgot that these are light enough that I can actually turn these over. Oh, by the way, I think these are all 3D printed. So some of these have to be like the actual BFG ships, because, well, some parts of them are metal. And then I know some of these are 3D printed because, well, there's support dots on them, or support nubs. Like there's a couple right over here that I can see. Now, once again, we're going to go with some of our Terra Rosa here. We'll take our blending brush here and then get a little bit right there. Back we go again. And then remember, this brush right here that I'm using is essentially retired from frontline service. So we don't use it for our regular painting, but I say all the time, brushes like this work just fine for things like pin line washes, or it's stuff that's detailed but very rough on the brushes. So this is what makes the newer or more pristine liner brushes stay pristine for longer. Gonna get some little micro streaks in there. Let's do the same over here. Again, some little micro streaks right there. Also don't want to do too much. Alright, let's set you out of the way here. Let me also get this guy out of the way. Where, here we are. Poof. Yeah, it's the little symbol there. That's another way I can tell which of these are 3D printed, aside from just the weight of them. So again, everybody, we've got we got the puns going again tonight. We haven't had the puns going in a while. So more pun, more fun. And yeah, I'm gonna let some more of the streaks get into that. And then we got this here. So the asphaltum actually is another outstanding kind of a weathering type color. It's really more of a like stains. That's what it does really well. We also use it for horses. We also use it for skin tone, say like a Mediterranean type of a skin tone. That's another one of those Swiss Army colors that just lets you do a host of different things. Ooh, we got a. Speaking of engine cowlings here, we got to do these. And then we, of course, we'll do the engine glow too. That'll happen. Well, in stages, we'll do the basic part of it. Then we'll do stuff like our all the window lights and such, and then we'll go back and do the lightest of the engine glow stuff. All right, let's do some more of our dark weathering over here. So again, all kinds of hilarious puns being shared in the chat. Don't miss out. Of course, well, let's see, surface tension and of course, recoil is our limerick champion. Yes, recoil was limerick. Actually, I think also surface tension did some limericks too, if I seem to remember. You know, let me get some of my Terra Rosa out here again. That's not it. Where did you sneak off to? I'm just gonna have to use this one here then. So that's some of our Terra Rosa there. Oh, how's about up here? Because that's our lightest rust color there. So that's another high quality one there, Denethor. So again, everybody please join in on the fun. Don't leave yourself out. It is pretty wild to see again what a essentially beat up liner brush can still do. And is this something that I would use for painting eyes or freehand? Not necessarily. but it works just fine for this purpose here. So Denethor, this is always, I mean, this is kind of the original here, and this is actually the closest one to the old Utrecht Terra Rosa, which was actual Terra Rosa. Again, everything else is all Indian red by comparison. Even the Griffin stuff, that is also Indian red, I believe. And the Mars, I mean, the Mars colors are neat too. Mars black, Mars violet, Mars red. We certainly have made use of those. However, oh, wait a minute, let me get my blending brush into that a little bit. Well, we always knew that atoms were very suspicious. Cannot trust them at all, right? Because they just make up everything. And Bithron has a bit of a mathematical equation. What is 8 legs, 8 arms, and also 8 eyes for pirates? Let me see. So Soul Search, the object source lighting, as well, I think you've seen me on the painting the kitties and stuff. Starting out with the object source lighting just makes that whole task so much easier. Because, well, essentially, you get to see, all right, I don't need to paint any of this stuff except for whatever my source light color is, because it's dominating this entire area. Doesn't matter whether he's wearing a blue cloak, and a pink cloak, or a green cloak, because, well, the object source lighting dictates that it'll be all orange instead. Well, Bithron, hopefully it kind of feels good that you've been making so much terrain that you need foam core again. Yeah, if you weren't able to make the terrain or couldn't get to it or something like that, you wouldn't be needing more foam core. So I guess that's that's a positive there, that you're able to do so much terrain that you need another restock on that. Okay, yeah, okay, that one is one that I painted already. So yeah, Soul Search again when it comes to, well, these guys here. I mean, this is only just last week. You look at this. All of the initial stuff that we did was just the source lighting and nothing else. We didn't put anything anywhere else except for the source lighting. Now, with Denethor, I guess it makes sense, right? If you're that good of a conductor, you're going to get struck by lightning now and then, even when you're driving a train. Let me just haul some more of that Terra Rosa over there. And we got us some teensy little panel lines here that we're again trying to infuse a little bit of our rust onto there, and then do some of the streaking kind of stuff. Hey, Jimmy the Brush, how the heck are you doing? Great to see you there, Jim. Everybody, please give Jimmy the Brush a follow. So, Jimmy, you want to share anything in the chat? Please go on ahead. Again, everybody, please give Jimmy the Brush a follow. So, Jimmy, yeah, we've been doing a ton of these here. Now you can see so that's the primer painted version, and then the whole idea behind this fleet is, imagine a bunch of Starfleet ships that have not seen a spaceport or dry dock in a couple thousand years or something like that. They've just kind of been out on active duty, so to speak. Well, Jimmy, that's quite the paint project you've got going on there. That is quite the paint project that you're going to be doing. Yeah. That's going to require its own studio, is it not? Yeah, it's going to require a studio all of its own. But Jimmy, I mean, the best thing is though when they hit about 2 months old or something like that, you say, "All right, kid, it's time to start working on your dexterity. So here's the snippers, here's some metal files. There's like 3 boxes of miniatures. You get those put together this afternoon." Because the kids obviously they need to understand the value of work, and there's no better way to teach them that than prepping your miniatures for what would you say a good 18 hours a day for a couple months straight. Again, you have that pile of opportunity. Best to have the new young ones take part in enjoying that pile of opportunity. See you later, there's Soul Search. Hopefully that thing about the object source lighting is handy. And of course, Soul Search, there's a ton of videos, not just on the YouTube channel, but there's a lot of past sessions that I've done here, because this is the object source lighting channel after all. If you want to, oh, and also too, don't forget, right, these little flashlights right here that kind of tell you where the light should hit and even what color it might be, because there's different colors, right? Look at that. Very cool. So Jimmy, I was just pointing out these. These I know are 3D printed. Actually, about half the ones I think that I'm working on are 3D printed. The other half, I guess, are actual BFG figs. I don't remember Diasporix or something like that. That's the name of this fleet. So, Auntie, the reason why that was brought up is, well, the folks that I was doing that mural for, and I painted it in the nursery. Well, needless to say, we're all miniature painters, and we thought, okay, you don't want kids to get a little too lazy in their habits there, so and you want to get them started as early as possible. You just start putting a paintbrush in their hand. Don't take all the toys out of their hand. Keep putting the paintbrush in their hand. Eventually, they'll learn how to hold that the right way. You just gotta teach them early. That's all. Part of also the humor there is that I have books that my brothers gave me when I was 6 or 7 years old that are 800-page books on the history of shipbuilding, history of astronomy, and they were not children's books. They were very much books for grown-ups, but I still have those books to this day. I still sometimes even consult those very books to this day, 30, 40 years later, something like that. So, in some ways, just all kidding aside, kind of maybe doing some things that wouldn't be considered just for kids with the younger kids. Maybe it also, too, it gives them kind of a sense, no, not that they're an adult or something, but they have the capacity maybe to do a little bit more than just like a kid would. So yeah, anti-electric, it had paintings of ships in there. It had drafting drawings, basically drafting style line drawings of ships and the various decks. And of course, there was a history all the way from the dugout canoe to nuclear powered ships. And then, of course, to this very day, I can pretty much look up at the night sky. If I know what day it is, I can kind of tell what time it is just by looking up at the night sky. I've got the HR diagram memorized. And that still goes back to 5th grade when I had to paint the HR diagram. And of course, well, when we were doing all of our planetary ornaments, especially when we were doing Mars and everything. Oh, here we can show you some of the other ones that we did here. Where's some? Here we go. So this is our New Year's Eve stream every year. We paint Earth, and of course we ring in the new year in at least 5 to 7 time zones. We've done multiple things of Jupiter, Of course, we painted Mars several times, and we did Saturn. We did Saturn once. And it's also kind of fun to do a wee bit of an astronomy lesson at the same time. But a lot of that stuff are things that I learned just even before I was 10 years old. Again, the HR diagram is not usually something that you even are aware of when you're barely 10 years old, much less have it memorized. So essentially, because all of the aunts and uncles kind of live far away, so they were kind of hoping that I could be the crazy uncle that provides a little bit of the mentor. Now, so look at that. See how that kind of slides right down? Look at this. Still doing that. Now, Horns fan, that this is a Pluto-friendly channel, right? That is Best Planet. That is not a Kuiper Belt object. It's not a dwarf planet. It's a planet. I know what Kuiper Belt objects are. Some of them are rather huge, but they're much further away. So I do believe that is why we are going to insist on Pluto's membership in the solar system. There was some more. Oops, that's not the thinner. That would have been the brush cleaner. That would have been less good. I need some more of the asphaltum on this cowling right here. The Saturn one, that was crazy. I didn't do another one this year because basically it was people thought I was trying to hypnotize them on stream because the winds on Saturn are just so intense that there's no cloud distinctive shapes like you have on Jupiter. It's basically just a bunch of lines. Everything is just a bunch of lines. Ah, that's fantastic, Jimmy Brush. That is fantastic. And again, well, Jimmy the Brush, all kidding aside, I hope everything goes according to plan. All goes well. And of course, again, the family that paints together stays together. So you'll be able to share. Of course, 40K might be on its 29th edition in a few years, but you can still enjoy the painting together. Because actually, well, my dad and I, we used to have a miter box, and we would actually cut frames for paintings that I did. In some ways, actually, that was my favorite part, was actually breaking out the miter box and cutting frames for the paintings. Hey there, Tony. How you doing? So yeah, Jimmy, that you can't unsee what I have seen. So everybody, please give You Got Me Monologue and a follow. So Tony, hopefully everything is looking good for setting up your streaming stuff. Again, if you want to share links to the charity and all the other stuff that you're going to be doing at Adepticon, please go ahead and do that in the chat there. So, and remember, I won't be streaming during Adepticon except for when we join Tony on his charity stream at Adepticon. So if you want to catch me live on stream once I'm gone for Adepticon, that's the only place you're going to be able to do that. Not sure, we had no idea when that's going to happen. I'll play it by ear. However, that is part of the plan.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Tony. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. So this year, the final piece is going into the Adepticon raffle. And of course, we always threaten, you know what? Oh, do I have it? It's sitting here? Yeah. I might threaten to bring this. and put flames on stuff, to literally sculpt flames, which we did here. Again, this is one of the things we'll be painting tomorrow night. So as you can see there, I added flames, right? Just a couple of pieces of balsa wood, a little bit of that heavy gloss gel. Boom, you got yourself some flames there, which, here we go. Same idea right here, right? This is our Dunlanding and Wolves of Isengard army, which actually, geez, I got to do a bunch of those. My goodness. Uh, so, uh, so yeah, you want it done Saturday, so yeah, because they'll need it done, they'll need it all ready to go by Sunday, won't they? So that makes a lot of sense right there. So again, Tony, if you want to share any of the stuff that you've been working on in the chat there, hopefully all your golden demon stuff is ready. I know that you. Oh, hey Tony, we I managed to realize I have some things that I could actually put into golden demon. Obviously, again, nothing that's going to win, but it would be very hilarious to put both our baby Bobbo and mage priest Bobbo into the golden
So
demons.
say we all.
Hey there, blazing tree. Thank you so much. That is 6 months worth. How you doing? So blazing tree. Just we're painting a whole bunch of Battlefleet Gothic ships here tonight. Once we do all of this kind of final weathering stuff, we're gonna hit all the engine glow, and then the lights here as well. So yeah, Tony. I'm just basically taking stuff that I've got, right? Because oh look, resin beast. We'll just chuck these into resin beast. Basically, if I got it, it goes in there. If I don't got it, it don't go in there. That's some serious complex logic and thinking right there. I know. However, yeah. Let's get some of this over here, because that's what we call strategery right there. Okay. I need more thinner on the asphaltum, because there. Let's get some more of that down here. 1 second here. Whoop. Thanks, Armored Wolf. There we go. So Tony, hopefully, well, let's see if that's at some point on Saturday. Hopefully, the magical Mr. Microphone device that Armored Wolf. Remember that thing, and remember how good a state my voice was in at the end of Adepticon years ago. Well, again, thanks to Armored Wolf finding that. Hoping that that's also going to preserve the voice the same way this time around. Oh yeah, more of this. So I guess if I'm putting the Balrog into the Lord of the Rings, well, I mean, we do have our Elrond and other things, but oh well. I guess we'll just have the Balrog in there. And then our Witch King goes in diorama. Again, not expecting absolutely zero things to do anything, but especially our Babos, because that's kind of a historical thing right there. So yeah, that's something that has to happen. Tony, that's what showed me the power of the Mr. Microphone, because that's what my voice was like usually by Thursday every year. And well, you saw the difference that made, right? It is a little, I have to say, it is very disembodied, that voice. It's basically like you're speaking, but your voice is coming out of the person 2 people away from you. It can be a little disconcerting when you're not quite used to it. we will put you over here, and let's start getting to these little guys here. Now I think, am I zoomed in all the way? Yes, I am. Okay. Again, still mostly as a pin line wash here. And then we'll get into some of the really just the streaky type stuff there. So Tony, hopefully the travel won't be too crazy. Oh, and Tony, did you want to post any links about Dragonfall? It's Dragonfall, right, Tony? Because I know there's a lot of stuff happening there. If you want to fill in folks about Dragonfall, the when and the wheres. And actually, Tony, that is what always wipes out my voice, right? Is one loud talker talks and the other loud talker tries to talk louder than them. But the nice thing about this, Tony, is that all I have to do is crank it up loud enough, and it does that feedback sound. You want to make a whole room quiet in about half a second? That's all I got to do is crank that up. Hey there, Goops. How you doing? So Goober, I think these are also 3D printed. Yeah, these have to be, I think they're 3D printed, but some of these, they got to be metal. Maybe not this one. Is it these guys that are? Yeah, because now this is plastic, this is well, resin or something, but that is definitely metal right there. These four pieces in there, those inserts are metal. So I don't know which of these are actual BFG ships and which ones are 3D printed. I'm glad all your prep is done there, Goobs. So mine will continue. It's going to be pretty much all-nighters. What is this, Friday? Yeah, tonight, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Those will just all be all-nighters. So yeah, Jimmy, I know that a bunch of this stuff is 3D printed because, well, there's, like this is, right? I can see all the supports here. So maybe they did a ship, printed it out, and obviously allowed the metal inserts to go in there, I guess, wouldn't you say? So it's October 4th through 6th in the Grand Geneva Resort. So that's the Dragonfall website there, and there's a bunch of classes, right, Tony? And there's also a painting contest there. Thanks, Jimmy. What's again the idea, the concept here was essentially Starfleet ships. Oh, I wish I could show you. I actually did some AI reference generation, and that actually that was pretty intriguing because it gave me Federation ships that were heavily worn and rusted and everything. It was pretty wild to see those. So yeah, Jimmy the Brush, actually the person that I'm painting these for first introduced me to BFG, oh my gosh, probably 2011 or something, maybe 2012. And I had been, it was a demon hunter slash witch hunter fleet. Yeah, that's what I was working on at the time. And of course, it's an excuse to do a bunch of this, right? To do a bunch of little spacescapes, as in dozens and dozens of little spacescapes. Tony, I won't be doing, basically, Adepticon might just be the only convention that I can do this year because of all of the additional mayhem on top of the original mayhem. Because I'll still most likely be working, well, again, once Adepticon is over, it's back to house recovery and everything else. So 2025, it's almost like I kind of have to use this as sort of a gear up year or a preparation year so that 2025 can be sort of a new thing. So the Dragon Slayer exhibition will be happening again, and there are 24 painting classes. And was it October 4th through the 6th? Grand Geneva Hotel. And there's also tournaments there, and because I know Warlord was there, and other companies they've got some tournaments going on. There's a vendor hall there too. Thanks, Tony. Okay, don't wanna go too bunkers on those. So let's set you as let's get to the next one here. Yeah, Tony, they were. I remember years ago there was the vendor hall was kind of in the hallway. I just remember having been there with Warlord. Boy, Denethor. Yeah. Again, it's a little bit like the all my Lizard Man stuff, where people said you only sculpted those things just so that you could do those starscapes. I cannot confirm nor deny, but the pictures might just say it all. Yeah, Grognard, again, if for anybody that's in this area, haven't been to Grognard Games, they still have that second location. Was that Batavia or something there, Tony? And of course, you will be able to find Grognards at Adepticon too. They have a table right in the vendor hall. So again, Grognard's a fantastic local game store there. But Goober, you go there an awful lot, right? Still to I don't know if it's both locations or just the one. So yeah, where Dragstar used to be, that's Batavia, right, Lord Goober? Tony was just there tonight. So again, you want to support your local game store, then please support Grognard's. They have a lot of big gaming areas and lots of cool stuff. So Denethor. Oh, here, let me do this. I think I've got both. Yes, I do right here. These are both the same. Yeah. So this was all the primer painting, basically mixing up various types of primer, and well, I just kind of dry brush all that. And then this is about 3 or 4 series of the pin line washes and various weathering, and then doing the engine glows and the lights. And we will. Oh, so I do have one of these that's painted. Okay, there you go. So that was with the interference colors. The whole idea is a little bit of like a Minbari type of a ship there. So yeah, that was the elf fleet that I did. Where'd my little ship go? I thought I had one out here. I guess not. That's cool, Lord Goober. So there's no black base coat, Denethor. The initial. Oh, I don't have this. It was so is this gray primer here mixed with some of the oceanic blue and then a little bit of blue-gray paint. So that and the oceanic blue together. That's what the primer was. Now on these, I took the black primer and I mixed a little tiny bit of blue and actually a little bit of metallic medium in there. So, and Lord Goober, you remember this because I still use this all the time. Nope, that's not the metal medium. I guess I don't have. Oh, that's right. It's in the other room. But the metal medium. Remember you showed us that a while ago, Lord Goober. That was what I mixed into the primer. So yeah, Lord Goober, that is really fantastic stuff. So the base is also again a mix of black and some blue paint. So the bases are not actually black. So yeah, actually Denethor, you have to figure there's almost never a time where black primer gets used. I try to mix some kind of a color with it. Actually, Lord Goober, that was your Galadrim elves, I think. Or was that, or were they Rivendell elves? Or were they Last Alliance elves? So again, here we're going to do some, you know what, and here I'm going to do something a little different. Nope, nope, not that. I don't, let's see, I don't actually have my Prussian blue out here, so I'm just going to go with indigo. So I'm just going to throw some thinner over there. I'm going to grab me some indigo. We're going to try and break that down here. Ooh, that's a little, I'm going to actually throw a little bit of my, yes, we're going to get some of our turquoise in there too. I knew there was something I was forgetting here. I say they were Last Alliance elves then. Let's see. So a Marvel Crisis Protocol Dio. Gonna be 8 X-Men and a Sentinel on a massive 12-inch by 12-inch base. So again, that's going to be done at Adepticon. Yeah, I won't be doing my usual streams while I'm away. However, at some point, probably on Saturday, I will be joining You Got Me Monologuing to do a live charity stream there. So Denethor, actually, there's a tutorial video. I think it might be part of the painting small scale episode 1. That's literally where this base was actually painted. So, actually, Denethor, I think this is where we first started using the Perline Crimson. Yeah, you know what? That might be your first sighting of this right here. But yeah, that's a tutorial video, so you should be able to find it there. Now I am trying to print up, like I said, as many of the Kathy Goblin figures that Hack and Slash Minis did. I only have so many of them. And of course, well, I'll be bringing all of the, I'll be bringing a bunch of the Kathy tribute miniatures as well. Hey there, Irid, how you doing? Everybody please give Irid wife a follow. So Irid, if you want to share your Pinterest link there in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So Irid, we're going to be streaming maybe on Saturday or Sunday. And actually, how did the trip go? I know that there was a ton of stuff that you wanted to do because it was a trip delayed. Hopefully you got a chance to do all the things that you wanted to do. So Irid will be streaming tomorrow. Is that 8 p.m. Pacific, Irid? Or is that 7? Sorry, my brain is very much trash right now. It's pretty much shot. There's not much left of it. So 7 p.m. Pacific. Yeah, I didn't want to misspeak there. And again, Jimmy the Brush, I wish you all the luck with that. And like I said, all kidding aside, I mean, uh, when I was, well, here, let me show you. So when I was, this is what I did when I was 13 here. And I had already been doing oil painting when I was, let's see, is it this one? Yeah, so that's the painting I did when I was 13. And again, I was, of course, I'm the youngest of 7 by many years, by 8 years. So everybody was, and in some cases, decades older than I was. So I grew up amongst adults. But that did have a positive effect in that, well, I was exposed to a lot of things like that maybe the average kid doesn't see. Jimmy the Brush. Ooh, oh boy. Unfortunately, I can't quite reach it, but I have painted Signum figures before. Now, let me see if I still have it here as a scene. I don't know if I still do. But actually, one of the very first streams I ever did was a Signum figure, believe it or not. So I don't think I still have my Signum stuff here, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would show folks that. But actually, you can. There's some of it on the Instagram. Yeah, if you check it out there, you'll see there is some on the Instagrams. Okay. Now, sorry to hear that. I know you were kind of hoping for something a little bit happier on that trip. Let me just get a couple drops of thinner out here to be able to work with those. Actually, Jimmy the Brush, I do have some STL files to it. Not hundreds of them, but I have a few dozen STL files, and I actually did print out a bunch of those. It's just, well, when they were wanting me to do that, that's when things kind of got their worst here. So unfortunately, I never was able to do all the Signum stuff because, again, I think it was right when they were doing, I don't know if it was their latest Kickstarter or whatever it was. Unfortunately, that kicked off right just about at the worst time, because otherwise I would have been doing more Signum stuff. Because it always reminded me of your confrontation days, right? Oh, what is that? Rackham. That's it. So sorry to hear about all that, Arid. I know that is not easy to deal with at all. So actually, Jimmy, if you wanted to share, well, speaking of the Signum, if you wanted to share that latest Kickstarter, and actually Signum is still going. Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, Jimmy the Brush, you can always, well, shoot me. Obviously, there's email. You can shoot me a message on Instagram or whatever. But yeah, after all the Adepticon madness, it would be really fun. Because again, yeah, the Signum, doing the Signum stuff, it's because some of the very first figures that we ever painted were Rackham figures. So there is some nostalgia in painting the Signum figs. Yeah, you want to if you want to. I know there's the My Mini Factory page if you want to share that. And of course, Signum also has physical resin. Yeah, so if you don't have the ability to 3D print, I do believe Signum has a whole bunch of physical cast miniatures as well. So the Kickstarter campaign has ended, but share those most recent releases if you could, please. There was, see again, little pin line wash action. We'll take this. Now let's go to Artura Rosa here. Blending brush to that. There you go. The Ophidian Alliance. Okay, so everybody please check that out. Actually, Jimmy the Brush, it was, well, Kathy always liked the mid-noir dwarves. So I had actually tried to print out some of the dwarves because, again, the nostalgia kind of reminded her of some of the figures that she had painted way back in the day. Well, Arid, hopefully you can do the sooner you get back into your normal routine, the shower, the dogs, and everything, that'll start to unwind you because, well, obviously time differences plus a little bit of adrenaline from all of the crazy news and stuff. So yeah, you just that makes very much sense there. Ooh, we need something back there too. We got nothing there. Now we do. One more of these little guys then. Alright, now we did do all of the lighter stuff around that. Let me just make sure. Okay, we did him too. Well, then we can start getting into the engine glow. And our lights as well. We got to do that too. And that'll happen in a couple of stages. Yeah, actually, Jimmy the Brush, one of the, I don't know, maybe it was the second stream or something, maybe the third stream I ever did was actually a Signum figure. It was one of the very first figures I ever printed. Oh, and actually there are some Signum figures as part of the Patreon page too. Yes, there's a couple of those that are part of the Patreon page. Oh, the Kitsune, remember those? Oh, wait a minute, let me see. Let me just, I doubt if I'll be able to get lucky and find it here, but maybe I will. Are you here? No, I thought that it was the white one. The white Kitsune. I thought I could find that one here, but unfortunately, yeah, he is, and I just saw him the other day too. Those dragonkin would certainly offer a lot of interesting painting opportunities. All kinds of wild stuff that you could do with the scales. Again, now we're going to do this. Blending brush. And you can see we're just going to drag that down. That is literally the exact same thing. There's no difference between the BT7 and what we just did here. It's the exact same. I mean, look, you can see it's the same colors. We're using the same exact colors, the same system. Two very different objects there, right? But still the same idea. And of course, even on the M1341 here, same deal. And same on this crazy T28 right here, except we also then added some of our whitewash, winter whitewash on that. And the same thing here again on this T3485, all done with the oil paints. Even this guy's, hey, what are you doing back there? It's like, wow, I'm not doing nothing. So I smell vodka and burning. What's going on back there? It's like, oh, nothing, man. I wouldn't be sitting there with a Molotov cocktail on a frozen gas tank, would I? He's gonna get us all killed. Yeah, that's our crazy crew of misfits right there. Our crew of misfit tank riders. You never know who's gonna show up on this. Of course, we had our open mic night. We had puns galore for your entertainment. Alrighty then. Okay, so let's get these put aside. And what we have to do again is the lights like we have here. And we're going to do some engine glow. We've got the basically the Terra Turquoise, which is the, again, it acts so much like Terra Rosa, but it's cobalt teal bluish. It is essentially a metal oxide type color, and that seems to be the reason why it is so effective. Let me get these guys out of the way, and let's get the bigger ships back here so that we can start doing our engine glow. Because I want to do the ones where the paint has had the most time to set. Let's just start with these. We'll start with these and we'll work our way forwards. Actually, you are going back over here. Oh, and by the way, we've only, what are we working on? Like 24 ships here or something, and it's only been 2.5 hours. All right, let's get to some engine glow here if we can, which also means I'm going to move you out of the way. Maybe grab a different one here. Let me try this. No, no, that might get a little too gummy. Let's try this one. Some thinner in here. And again, this is our Series 7. Oof, yes, Series 7. Cobalt teal bluish. Where we well, I think the time we used it where it really got to show off what it can do was on this right here. That's a little more classic use for it. Again, all done with the oils. Thank you so much, Bithron, for doing the clip there. Appreciate that. So this is a little bit of thinner just to help this stuff flow. And then when it comes to doing the well, the lightest part there, that's where we'll get into the more of a pinline wash effect once again. All right, this one here, let me just get a little bit of the thinner, break this down, not too much. Because you can see that still has a little bit of a flow to it. There's just enough thinner. It's not a pinline wash kind of a thing, but you can see it moves very, very easily. And this is actually very dark compared to what's coming next on our engine glow. We're just trying to establish the overall color of it here. So again, everybody please check out that link to Signum Games. Again, there's not just the STL files, there's also physical resin cast files. So again, if you say, well, it doesn't do me any good, I don't have a 3D printer, well, that's not necessarily the case. More of this here. Again, that's just the cobalt teal bluish, which dries shockingly fast, I have to say. Well, here's I'm glad we were able to kind of just tone everything down, get things more chilled. Hopefully you can really kind of crash tonight and have yourself some good sleep to tackle everything later. So have yourself a good night. And yeah, a little bit of an update here. So I hit this with the anti-shine. There's a little bit more that I'll be doing, another blast of it. But it really, I mean, some of this stuff was so glossy you couldn't see what the heck the paint colors were. That's just how glossy it was. So definitely nowhere near as glossy now. So doing this on all the engine stuff, then we'll do the lights so that this has a chance to set. And that's all this stuff here, basically the bridge and such. Breaking this down a little bit, and then it's mostly just the fast matte white mixed with this same stuff to do the lightest engine glow. So Tony, one of the things I was going to try and do is take so Kathy had that one creature caster figure that she had been working on for quite some time on stream. Never got to basically put it together and enter it into Resin Beast. And I talked to the folks at Creature Caster, and they said it would be okay if I was to just put it together and do whatever touch-ups happen from glue or whatever, or areas where things don't quite line up right or something, and we can just kind of, as a tribute, put that into the Resin Beast. So that was very, very kind of Creature Caster to do that. That is another one of the Adepticon preparation things that still has to be done. I don't even know how that thing is supposed to go together. All I have are a bunch of pieces and no idea where they go. So that is going to take, that could take some time. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the GoFundMe campaign. That is appreciated. What are we doing here? Yeah, let's do some more of this. Oh, we have the big King Kong ship right here, which ironically enough does not have all that much bigger engine ports on it. And the last thing we do is we do some of the dark around the edge of that cowling, and that also brightens up all of this area too. By default, just so you have something that's dark next to it to compare it to. So yeah, Bithron, that's all I can hope for. Now, of course, she did sub-assembly on it, so we'll see how that goes. You know what? I'm just gonna have to break out some more of. Again, that is technically the most expensive color that I have. It's not actually the most expensive because, well, that was massively on sale when I got it. That was at least, I think it was 40% off. At least 30, 35 or something. So it was more like I bought another tube of Egyptian violet or something. Now that's not exactly cheap stuff either, but it's certainly not Doomsday Series 7. Same thing for the Pearline Crimson, which is a Series 6. That was more like a cadmium color pricing there. So Grand Oracle could be tempted. Well, Grand Oracle, that's what we do here, right? Is I am become death, destroyer of wallets. I think that's what I say in my movie, Wappenheimer. That's what I say at the end of it, the dramatic conclusion when the mushroom cloud emerges over your ATM. Let me see. Is that a Series 8 Grand Oracle? The Quinacronome Golden Brown? Yeah, I know, Bithron, you've been trying to focus as much on just certain systems and such, right, as possible. Again, just get me some of this turquoise here. Then we're gonna get around to doing the lights and other things. I know this part not terribly glorious here. This is not usually what we do on stream, but well, it's got to get done no matter what. So there's that. Also, I just thought maybe this could be interesting for you to see. And again, the idea is that this will hopefully set up as we do all the other elements here, like all the window stuff. And there's one of the mid-sized ships that also has these little orbs on the side that I did as glowing in one of the tutorial figures. So yeah, Grand Oracle is it. I mean, all kidding aside, it can be tough. Now it's not like obviously there's the long stay or long term whatever it is gifts that sometimes they do. But if you've been with them long enough, you're just like, well, okay, I have all of those files already because they were just part of regular releases. That may, wow, that really, these, well, I think, oh, that's right, because these are 3D printed here. Well, again, a lot of this stuff probably is 3D printed. Oh, there's just a couple more of these. A couple more of these little guys. Then, like I said, we'll get to the lights and other things. I think this is the last one of these guys here. All right, good to go there. Now, which is the one? Nah, I had it in my hand already. Is this one? So this stuff also gonna get some of that radiant. No, sorry, the cobalt teal bluish. Gotta get the underside of these spheres. It still boggles the mind just how opaque this stuff is. Because it's almost pinline wash consistency here, and yet it covers 100% very easily. Alright, so I think that's the only one of those. Yeah, I think I did the other one already. So oh fine, I'll just grab this here. Let me get some of the paint out of it. And let's get to some of this later stuff here. So I'm gonna maybe move you out of the way here. And I'm gonna do the turquoise. Oh no, the fast matte white. That's right. Fast matte white here. And the other thing that kept happening as I was doing the video is that I kept making this too thin because I had so much thinner already out. I think we're getting this down to a decent consistency here, not quite too thin. Breaking it down some more here. Alright, I think we got it down. Yep, even that. I'm going to add me some more of the fast matte white there just to thicken this up. And that was the thing that kept happening on the video. Okay, now I think we just about have it. I'll be coming back probably and adding some dark between the windows. This one's always a tricky one there. You know, I think I actually have to go back. I'm going to go back to my. That's right. That's an example of a brush that has been retired for that sort of work. And here's one of our pristine ones, which makes that a whole lot easier. I was wondering, why is this so much more difficult? Well, it's just because I needed to set that brush aside and grab an actual new one. Alright, and we'll roll through all these guys here. Like so, and some of these, the weathering stuff has darkened, so now you can really see it. I think each little window there start to emerge. I'll probably maybe wash my hand after this one, because inevitably I'm going to be getting some of the rust colors from the ventral side of the ships here. Not much, but a little bit on my hands. I think I need to wrap myself around the other end of the bridge here. Let me get basically something that's going to be the lights there. Sure enough, I got to get these here too. So now, as you see this color that I'm using, imagine something that's almost as light as this. That's when it's going to go down inside the engine cowlings there. So Grand Oracle, this is for Battlefleet Gothic. This is an old Games Workshop game that I think is still defunct at this point. I would imagine at some point they'll probably try to resurrect it because that's kind of what happens with all the games. Earlier I was showing the Halo figures that I did the basing for, and that's what I'll be painting on stream tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be able to do all four tomorrow on stream. I might just go ahead and give that a try. And those are from Mantic. That's the game that they're going to be releasing at some point in the fall of this year. Okay, there we go. And this is, well, here's another one. This is going to have the, obviously that is a jungle style basing right there. And then this is one. So we got two urban, and this one's going to have some object source lighting on it too. Alright, haven't gotten to this one yet. Nope. Get these little things right there. I guess I could have done them with sort of a green or a red or whatever, but I'm just going to stick with just this. That didn't quite go where I wanted it to. However, I still have all of this left, which means I'm just going to very quickly restore that, no problem. Here we'll get again some more of the windows here. Let me move this back to where it should be. There we go. A couple of more windows back here. Yeah, a couple of more windows back here. Like I said, if this is, if I had, well, if I was going to charge a whole bunch more for these, I would maybe try to do a bunch more little things here, but we had to keep it within reason. We talk about that on all the army painting videos where, well, I'd love to do this, 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 and this. That'd be great. However, if you want to paint that army in your natural lifetime, even an unnatural one, you might have to not quite include every single thing on the wish list. So again, we're going to work in our lights up here too. Then on this side here, and you can see how much lighter that is going to be. Now on the engine click how is there, and that's going to be done mostly as a pinline wash, because painting that stuff down in there is going to be, well, painful, so we will do it in a much easier way, which again is more of a pinline wash approach. I think I'd kind of surmised that these ships here are essentially sort of like an aircraft carrier type here with launch bays, and this serving almost like an AWACS right there. Can I get all the way around here? I guess I sort of can. That I almost did the wrong level right there. Okay, you're good. Then I'll have to break out the big King Kong ship, and we'll do that one too. Okay, all the little guys as well. So here, the weathering that I did essentially is just dark enough so that this actually shows up looking a bit like it's actually lit in the interior or whatever. What you can do sometimes also, you want to sharpen a line or whatever. Usually, even with acrylics, the opaque colors, they tend to not able to really paint those terribly thin. So you go in with the darker colors, which you can paint thinner. It's just for whatever reason, it's so much easier to do that with the darker colors. Just trying to square off some of those windows if I can. Now this is not the same liner brush that I was doing all the rust effects with. This is a different liner brush. Again, this one is still in frontline service. The other one, that one had been retired because it had been used and abused in many Twitch sessions and on a whole bunch of painting videos. These liner brushes right here, I get them from Dick Blick. They're typically about $5 a piece. These are not sable brushes. These last about 3 times as long as the average sable brush. They cost about 1/3 as much. So effectively, you're kind of getting 9 of these for every one sable brush. I like that arithmetic. Not good at math at all, but I know enough that that's a darn good value. And remember, all of the initial color on this was done via the primer painting process. I'll show you now that we've got the lights on here and all of our rust stuff as well. I'll show you the one that is, again, just the primer process. And we call it primer painting because this is majority just primer right here. So you can see the difference between those two. And these this set of ships, well, I just filmed a video for this. It'll go up on the Patreon page probably on the 18th or maybe the 17th. I have to try and film another tutorial video tomorrow. That'll probably be the last episode and the that Marvel Crisis Protocol tank. What are we doing here? Let's get some light there. Oh, and these two. One last of the larger ships here. Then we'll get to I think there's a couple of mid-sized ones. Then there's those really small ones. Now these don't have any obstructions here. Now I'm going to come back in with my darker stuff and just restore a couple of these struts here between the windows, I think. Yeah, let me do that here. So I'll just take a little bit of the asphaltum. Right there. Maybe take a little bit more of the paint away. Alright. So that does the trick. Well, that really does make that stand out, doesn't it? Where's the big guy? Or is he already out here? Where did... Oh, there he is. He's hiding behind some of the other ships. And now this one... Ooh, that's going to be a little tricksy getting this down in here. And then there's this one. Yeah, that's got this geodesic sphere. I'm just looking to get some of the edges of it. I want to trace out every little triangle in here. Alright, what's going on there? So Grand Oracle, hopefully this weekend, since you may have a little more Grand Oracle time, you'll be able to get some grand things finished. Or at least further along. Further along is always better than nothing. Yeah, I'm just gonna come back with the darker stuff on that. It'll just be easier. Might even just use this. So again, that's our asphaltum. Much easier doing it this way. Couple more of those over here. It's always been a weird thing with the darker colors, and again, same thing. Even if it's acrylics, it's the same thing, same situation. Really weird. All right, set you off to the side. Let me grab this one here. Let me do a little something kind of in between here on these little glowy things. Whatever those happen to be. Also do the undersides of them. You can really see just how fast that sets. It's not dry, but certain colors just set faster, especially anything that is either more plant-based like brown matter, or well, things like this that tends to be an iron oxide base. So yeah, this is as we saw, what was it? It was cobalt oxide or something like that, as opposed to just straight up cobalt blue. Oh, Armored Wolf, I saw the video that you sent there on the ultramarine blue. That was an awful lot of distilling the impurities out of it. It almost kind of looked it looked kind of almost greenish when he was first working on it. And it's almost like the more he purified it, the more reddish it became. There's my thinner here. And then we've got to do again just a few portions here of these triangles. Nothing crazy, just a little bit. Not looking to trace out every single triangle. More just the corners or the tips where things are actually attached one to the other. And this is not straight up white either. There is still some color to this. Now we'll do the lights here. I already have a little bit more of the dark in place, so I think we're pretty good to go on this one. That was really wild, Armored Wolf. Just again, when it first started out, it almost looked like green. And I swear there was at least 5 different times where he did that kind of sedimentation process. I mean, unless I'm imagining things. I don't. I sometimes do, but I don't think that I was. Now, how did I? I have one of the small ones here. Okay, so I did the upper part. All right, that's good. That's good. Oh, almost went into my Terra Rosa thinner there. That would not have been good. I know a couple of these have the sort of a solar array on them or something like that. I'll have to see what I might want to do on those. Now, some of these had been sprayed with some kind of primer, sadly, and that's where some of the texture is coming from. Is from that. So unfortunately, there's a little bit of texture coming from that whatever primer it was that they tried to use. So at least 6 times, but that was it was just so well because he kept doing it, and I thought, well, is this the last one? And then and seeing the wax mixed in with it too was weird. There was beeswax and such. And then it was a dry powder again. Then it was a dry powder again, more liquid. And it kept getting refined and refined and refined. It does give you sort of an appreciation of the ultramarine blue, doesn't it, Armored Wolf? I'll have to, after I do this one here, I'll break out the ultramarine container and I'll see maybe if that's just a series 2 or something. Obviously, they're not doing all that by hand, so, a little caveat there. So, well, let me see. What do I have? I have the Williamsburg one out here. So it's only a series 2. All right. There's more of these little guys. Where are they at here? So we'll do these here. I do believe I'm going to go with the dark brown primer on those Halo figures. Part of it is with all of the basing bits on there, I don't want to, snap anything off. And I also need to kind of truncate the painting time a little bit because I kind of need to do all 4 of them on stream. There will be some different colors, not necessarily colors that I would have chosen per se. But, I got to kind of stick with sort of and you'll be seeing some references from their, what would you call it, their promo video or whatever. Well, we're moving along here. We just have a few more of these little guys to do. I'm going to try and get me some of this lighter stuff on that solar array thing here. It is funny, it kind of makes me think of B5 ships. And B5 itself with the huge solar panels that it had. Okay. Yeah, just a little something there. Nothing fancy. Blending brush. I think there's still, I'm just going to get all 3 of these little guys out here so that I don't lose track of where they are. Now, did we already do this one? No. Oh, that's also got one of the little geodesic domes there, so we'll do that too. Got the lights here to do. And let me see if I can start doing some of the little triangles here. I don't really know what scale Battlefleet Gothic is supposed to be. Alright. That just about takes care of that dome there. And I might come back with some of the lightest light, I suppose. Like something that's white, because that is not actually white on there yet. It's a mix of our turquoise and some fast matte white. Alright, so now those are all good. And now here's the big guy, which ironically enough has way less stuff to do on it. Not so much with the lights here, just the same size bridge as all the other ships. This one I think also has some metal bits on it because it's just really heavy. If this were strictly 3D printed, it wouldn't be weighing quite this much. Let's hit this. I don't know, maybe I will throw a little of the light down in there just for funsies. You know what, I might hit these two. And that is, okay, that's it for the big guy there. So these last three little ones here. To do what, I'm just going to set the windows up here. And then whatever little stuff on these panels. Just maybe a little something for some edges on these. Yeah, nothing terribly fancy, just a little something there, blending brush. And of course, Armored Wolf, obviously I think he was using it for watercolors. And I kept thinking, well, when is he going to thicken this up? Where's the linseed oil? I just, I kept waiting and waiting and waiting, and that never really happened. We'll get our light here. Little something there. All right, here. Side panel, little dry brushy thing there. See that one a little wonky? Not a problem. Well, this one has a little solar array on it. We'll hit that too. The liner brush is so incredibly versatile because it can just do so many things. You can literally use it on its side, and all of a sudden it becomes a brush. It's almost maybe about 3/8 of an inch wide. Or you can use it on its tip like this. And of course, it can be used as well, a liner brush where you have a decent amount of paint in it. Maybe also some of the liquid there too. So there's some little axes here at the base of that. And then one more of these little guys to go. And then we'll try to get to the engine glow on the big ship. So though I am, before that, I'm just going to wash off my hand there just to make sure I don't have any of the weathering stuff on there from handling the sides of these. Now again, that's the advantage of using something like the Terra Rosa, because that dries and sets up really, really quickly compared to all other oils. Throw a little bit of light on that part. And then get these. These are going to show up fairly good because we have some dark weathering right in front of this. Is this the last? Yeah, this is the last of these little guys here. Alright. There we go. So what I'm going to do, again, is just make sure all the Terra Rosa is off my hand, because I want to get in and do some of our engine glow here. So I'm just going to put the I'll be back screen up. Don't go away, because we shall return promptly here. There it is. There we go. So yeah, Bithron, it's hard to tell because even the smallest ships are a couple of miles long, aren't they? At least I think so. Alright. Now we have to do a little more. Oh, here, let me just drop some thinner on this. Couple drops, there we go. Maybe a little bit of the vast mat white in there. Slightly lighter, and here we go. Boy, Bithron, I never actually got a chance to see the Babylon 5 ships. I'm sure there must be STL files out there. Now remember, we're doing the lighter stuff here, then we also have to do that darker cowling on the outside, so that'll be one of the last things that we do, especially with the engine stuff here. So Bithron, are they all metal? And I guess, well, obviously Mimbari, Earth, Narn, Centauri. I don't. I guess they probably did Vorlon ships. Did they ever do Shadow ships? I'm trying to imagine Shadow ships as metal, right, Bithron? I can't imagine how they might have done those. So these are some of the deepest ones here. Now I also I'll use maybe this one here. So they did have Vorlon and Shadow ships. Okay, I'm just really trying to imagine how the Shadow ships would have been done. Because I know there was, well, there was kind of the flying saucer type ships, which they must have just done as a little bit of a fun thing. And then there was a couple of the other ships that looked pretty interesting. So they were all done in metal. That's pretty wild to consider. Again, I have to have enough thinner in here so that this flows. Because just trying to paint that in there, there's no way. So you can see the paint just kind of flows in there. And then I will take this blending brush here to just kind of sweep away some of the lighter stuff there. Oh my god, yeah, I forgot about the White Star ships. I don't know if they ever did, was it the Excalibur class ships? The really, well, essentially the big Ranger ships? Oh, not really. That was sort of post post-war ships there. Yeah, that's better. And yeah, I'll take the blending brush and we'll take away some of the excess. See, like what we've got there. That just kind of goes away a little bit. That maybe forms a little bit of a glow or something there too. And then as I do all of these and I come back around again, then this cowling stuff should be set enough where I can get the dark around the edge, and that's going to be almost dry brushed on there. Because if there's any kind of thinner in there at all, it's just going to go by and it's going to leak right into all of our areas where we got the lightest stuff. We don't want that. I was gonna say, Bithron, I mean the station itself was 5 miles long, right? And I mean it would house a whole bunch of ships. All of the Vorlon ships, kind of. Well, I guess they did have some bigger ones, maybe. But there was a bunch of ships, and the Star Furies had to be really tiny, unless they weren't to scale with all the other ships, I guess. Maybe something that's a little less thinner for doing these. Yeah, that's a better plan. Can't using my blending brush for some of that. So there was 6 Star Furies on each hex then. Okay. Alright, I think. Let me make sure. Oh, that's where that's coming from. Okay. So we have to hold him down here, I see. Learn my lesson the hard way there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much for that follow. Radioactive Molotov. Well, I think we actually have an even more special greeting. Normally, we would see Gandalf come out, but I think we have an even more appropriate greeting for Radioactive Molotov. It's like, okay, just because I'm standing on top of a fuel tank doesn't mean it's radioactive. He's like, would you please save us from this guy? He's like, dude, I'm telling you, I'm going to stop this ride right now if you don't stop fooling around back there. So thank you so much, Radioactive Molotov. Appreciate that. It's not often that we have a custom designed figure to greet one of our new followers. Thank you so much, Radioactive. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm fairly certain that's the first time we ever got to use our T-3485 to greet a new follower. Okay, I'm going to take my this one of those Lethal Shadows brushes here again, one of the paint size, and that's what we'll have at Adepticon. And let's see, oh, they were Lethal Shadows. That was 25 per brush, I think. Yeah, for the paint size. Okay. We don't want that. We need this brush here. Oh, that's right. Gotta hold it here instead. So thanks so much for the follow. Those are always appreciated. That's right. We crossed the 8600 plateau last night. So also too, thanks to everybody that followed us last night. I guess maybe by the end of, I don't know, about 9K by the end of this year, but who knows? Maybe we at least get closer to that. I don't know if that's a lot or a little, but that's the number. Now this one, there's not exactly a pristine area for that to flow into, but we'll do the best we can here. Okay, it's 140. I was thinking that the surface tension might be here very soon, but no, it'll be a little while yet before surface tension comes in. I know it's a little bit tough to necessarily see everything we're doing on here. This has I would say a mix of just about, I would say at least 95% thinner, something like that. Very close to it, if not even maybe a little bit more. So I guess maybe these would be considered cruiser sized or something. Most of the ships all seem to go on the really small bases, which I was kind of hoping ones like this would go on larger bases because, well, there's, don't want them to be tipping over or whatever. but very few ships go on the big bases, and everything else kind of goes on this size base. Even the really tiny little, almost what looks like corvettes or whatever. Did I get this one already? Yes, I did. I have a few more of these. Then the really big guy. Then those sort of smaller type ships. Alright. And we go here. Poof. Get these lower ones are really difficult to do, but this is where the liner brush comes in handy because any of those spotter brushes, the bristles would not be long enough to reach down into these things. So that's just how key the liner brushes are. They're actually letting me do stuff here again that those uh, really short bristle brush is not going to let me do. Also, you can't really do the freehand stuff all that well with them. So we're doing this, and like I said, we let this set as we're kind of going through each round of these ships here, and then I'll get the darker stuff on the cowling. That'll most likely just be, say, asphaltum, Van Dyke Brown, whatever. That should get the job done. I'll do this side here now. Since it's actually cool enough for printing here, again, which is always weird to say that, I think I'm going to try to... I have some creature caster files that were sent to me just now. I might try to print some of those for Adepticon. So there's a bit of a change in plans where I will be bringing one of my monitors with me. It will be smaller. However, at least I will know that it works in advance because it will just, I'm basically taking my setup to Adepticon, which means from a technology standpoint, well, of course I'm jinxing it as soon as the words escape my face. But there's been too many times where I went to hook up my devices to a monitor and they still didn't want to work because there was some kind of weird compatibility issues. That's the one advantage that this does offer, is a little bit more control. Alright, now the big guy here. Here's one of the big ships. These are a little better defined here, so I think, yeah, that's going to work out a little easier. And again, that is just a Pinline wash, exactly what we do with all of our fire stuff. Look at that. These are a little more tricksy because the lines, again, this is 3D printed. I can see a whole bunch of supports nubs right there. So that is a little bit more obscured by those nubs, but all good. Maybe try this one again here. Yeah, they're a little bit unequal as far as the depth of some of those. Now we've got these mid-size to small ships here. like so. This two. I think I got three of these. Oh, and I might try to get the. Here, let me set these. I'd like to set them aside because there's might want to do some more of the light on the geodesy dome there. Wow, these are so deep that even difficult to get the pin line wash in there. So these are also 3D printed because again I can see right where the support nubs are. Blending brush. Okay. There's one more of these. I got to be careful because I just did those, so don't want to be wiping that stuff away. You know what? I might even get a little more of my thinner into this. That's darn near 100% thinner. However, just because it's got a lot of thinner in it doesn't mean that it's still not virtually opaque. You can thin the oils, you cannot dilute them. That's another kind of unusual, different property of the oils. Also, besides a hashtag, no layers, of course. So I think that takes care of all of those guys. Now, these little dudes here. I think these were fairly straightforward here. Like so. Yeah, I think there's, what was there, 7 of these. Then I'll go back to the bigger ships and we'll do the cowlings on those. As we also welcome in Paintwater Sommelier. Paintwater, how are you doing? Everybody please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow if you could. So Paintwater, we're doing all kinds of tiny ships here. And it's a very unusual fleet in that it's supposed to be a highly technological but also heavily weathered fleet. Basically, the story behind it is imagine a bunch of Federation starships that haven't seen a space dock in, I don't know, 2,000 years or something. So, hey there, Hobby Time with Tim. Nice to see you as well. Everybody, please give Paintwater Sommelier and Hobby Time with Tim a follow so we can show you here. So, this is basically primer painting, right? And here, so there's your final ship complete with the base, too. So we've been doing all kinds of basically classic pin line washy type stuff and glazy things and everything else, and some weathering effects. So everybody please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow if you could. Now here's some other of our these are some other ships that we did and some videos, and of course here's a bit of a look-see there at the bases, so you can kind of see the spacescape type stuff that we've done on the bases as well. So happy Friday there, Paintwater Sommelier. We're doing the engine glow now on some of these. Again, you can see the little spacescapes on the bases there. And of course, Smalley, if you want to share any of your fabulous stuff in the chat there, please go ahead and do that. So great to see you. Alrighty, and I got a couple more of these, and then we'll start doing the darker engine cowlings too. So this is the first time I've ever really done this kind of stuff on stream. Now we did do some of the Cav stuff. That was from the folks that used to be part of Reaper. I think I got a little bit of it here. We'll scroll. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there we go. So those tanks right there, those are about 1.125 long, thereabouts, something like that. So Grand Orient. Let's see what a film noir looks like on one of these. I'm curious. I'm guessing that the weathering. Wow, okay, that shows up less than I thought. I thought because it's more of a reddish tint, you would see it more, but you really don't. Now here's another fun example of film noir right here. Okay, so look, especially here. There's some shading there, but boy, there's not a whole lot of contrast, right? You think, well, that's kind of very flat there. Yeah, there's some light and dark, but no real contrast. Well, yeah, not so much, because look, see here. Look at that. That cloak looks really different now, doesn't it? That looks very, very different. So again, that is color contrast, temperature contrast, not just value contrast. We're going to try that here with one of our kitties that we were painting in last stream. Now watch this. Okay, that could really just be considered a little extra reflected light, especially if I do something like that. Now, let's crank that color back up there. Oh, wait. Even with me covering the light source, there's something going on. Oh, there you go. So yeah, we painted a whole bunch of these kitty. Everybody please check out that Instagram link there that Paintwater Sommelier just painted. Speaking of water, we painted not one but two of these guys last night. We did two kitties and two of these. Again, all painted with the oil paints. So really fun. Oh geez, Recoil's mom. Hello. Everybody please say hello to Recoil's mom. So mom, I hope that you're feeling a little bit better. Recoil says that some of the pain stuff has kind of gone away a bit. And I'm really hoping that's the case because that was quite the surprise. Was that last week, about 10 days ago or so? Nice to see you there, Kelt. I hope that you're doing well also. So everybody please say hello to Recoil's mom. So Recoil's mom, I was telling folks earlier that I haven't, it's been so crazy here trying to get ready for Adepticon that I haven't even looked at to see if the doggies, well, even won their first game or, you know, is half the team injured, which is usually what happens to the doggies, of course, because, well, that's them. That's kind of how things go. So Paintwater Smiley, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. So Recoil's mom, that air fryer has been, wow, that has been fantastic. Now I can see just why you and Squeak are able to have so many fantastic vittles there, because that is a magical device. That thing is, it's amazing. I will probably be making some use of it again tomorrow. Either tomorrow or the next day, it'll be getting used for the last batches of food that I make before Adepticon. So as you can see what darkening up the engine cowlings here do. And again, that's more of a dry brush right there. There's no thinner on that brush at all. That's why, so our turquoise looks a whole lot lighter, and it's also not blending with that. The other kind of thing by default is it kind of gives a little bit of a scorching, right? A little bit of a scorched look there. So paint water, I remember, yeah, I saw you were doing the Guild Ball stuff. Actually, ironically, Bithron, Kathy painted a Butcher's Guild Ball team. That was a commission that she did actually for Hank. Yeah, that was when the Adepticon staff was big into Guild Ball. That I don't know if they ever played a single game of it. But yeah, Kathy painted up some of at least the Butcher's team. She might have been working on a second team, but like you say, then the game kind of went poof. Now, of course, we consider what is it? Well, it was Exodus to be poof. However, I still have all of the figures, so that means I could still actually play that. Rico's mom, I'm glad feeling better. Because that sort of kind of snuck up there all of a sudden, boom, right? But glad that it wasn't really a long stint there, and you could get back home. And I'm sure Squeak was very glad to see you again. So again, I'm just kind of doing
So say
a
we
little
all.
bit there. See, was a little bit of a scorching on there. Is that a Landrast? That's 38 months worth from Landrast. Thank you so much, Landrast. So Landrast, is tonight another hobby night then? And I guess maybe, well, let's see. Will tomorrow be D&D? Because, well, yesterday would have been a movie night, but there's really not much out there, right? So again, that's mostly just the asphaltum there. But everybody, please check out the link that Paintwater Sommelier just shared. Oh, wait a minute. Let's get some of this down here. All right. Now, I actually, ironically enough, I did watch a game of that being played. Oh, was it Little Wars? That's right. Yes, it was ironically enough at Little Wars. Now that convention happens in April. It's very small. It's a historical convention, and that's actually at the old Adepticon Hotel. I believe it's at the Westin, and it's sometime in April. All right. Yeah, let me try and get a little bit of our dark over here. So it's hobby night tonight. Well, actually, I'm glad there was a decent movie for you to see there, Landrast. And happy Friday to all the folks there at the hobby night. So, Paintwater, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the raid, too. So, this is, like I was saying before, this is not the usual thing that I'm doing on stream. In fact, this is the first time I've ever painted Battlefleet Gothic ships on stream. First time for everything. I was saying earlier, what I might have to do is take some of my 28 mil vehicle files and just print them at about 50% size or so, and that would make them right around Flames of War scale, so around 15 mil ish. Thanks for looking up that size thing there, Bitron. Appreciate that. So yeah, something like this. Print that half the size, and that should be, at least I wouldn't have to really hollow it out either, because it would only be half the size, wouldn't be taking up so much of the resin. Yeah, Rico's, I just imagine just how protective that Squeak is going to be. And of course, well, I think Squeak always, Squeak also gets to enjoy some of the fruits of the air fryer. Well, over the summer, I'm gonna have to try to do things like dehydrate some fruit. Maybe I think Recoil does some dehydration too, right? And the Ninja air fryer, because well, it's like a 9-in-1 thing there. What the difference this makes on a couple of different levels. First of all, it's something darker for all of that engine glow to compare to, but then out here, it does sort of look a little bit more like some scorching there. So that's kind of a nice little bonus that I get out of that. So Landrast, hopefully, well, speaking of Arthur, hopefully you're able to do a little bit more on those Bretonians. Oh, that's right. I gotta try and get some of those Pegasus Knights put together somehow. Also gotta get some of the Tomb King stuff put together. Move this around this way here. Again, that kind of gives it that little bit of a more of a scorched look there. Oh, that's right. It is well, it's a Saturday now, but it's our Friday stream. Look at that. That is Jinxed. How you doing there, Jinxed? Everybody, please give Jinxed Art a follow if you could. All the skellies. Well, I guess if we're gonna welcome in Jinx, we have to welcome in Jinx the only way appropriate, and that's with lots of skellies. Maybe even with more skellies. All the skellies for Jinx Start. Everybody, please give Jinx the follow. And of course, Jinx, if you want to share any of your fabulous links there in the chat, go on ahead. Oh, look at this. Here's some more skelly critters right there. Look at all the skellies. Now we don't have quite as many because those are well, we right now we are working on painting all of these little teensy tiny ships right here. And I mean, just to kind of, well, you saw the chariot there. Here's an average unit of guys, right? You can see just how small that little ship is right there. So that's a recent stream that we did. Basically some Tomb Kings-like figures from Kings of War. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Jinx just shared. So again, this is kind of a little bit of an unusual thing for us to be painting here. We've been doing a whole lot of weathering on these ships. Now we were just doing some of the engine glow stuff here. Now we're starting to get the darks on these engine cowlings. And we also painted, well, some of the lights here. And again, look and see all of that very fun weathering that's down in all of those little crevices there. This also, as I was just saying, it provides a little bit of almost like a scorch effect here on that engine cowling, which is really nifty. We're still using traditional oil paints right out of the tube. So whether we're painting things, and here's a couple other recent things we've been doing. A lot of Tomb Kings, a lot of Bretonians. Oh, look, some bunnies and foxes. And we've been painting a ton of terrain, like all of this Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain for Adepticon. So again, everybody please check out that Instagram link that Jinx just shared. Now here's a couple of other pieces that we painted on stream last night. So a couple of these little, again, terrain pieces there with some fountains and such on those. Let me move this out of the way here. Here we are. Oh, and also every so often we do ourselves some 2D art as well. Here's a few little example. Typically on Thursday night. Oh, here let's zoom out a bit so it's a little easier to see these guys. There we go. So here's some of our fabulous landscapes in Middle Earth right there. Oh, look at that. That's a little bit of a royal portrait there with Theoden. And there's some flamey stuff with the Balrog and Gandalf. And oh, look at that. There's, speaking of space type things, there you go. And there's look at that. There's one of our bases for our BFG ships there. So it's all done with the traditional oil paints again, right out of the tube. This is a little bit of thinner in it right now, just to get that to flow. All of these lighter stuff that we did in there, there's actually more of a pinline wash, so they had quite a bit of thinner on it. So Hook, I hope that you're doing well. Well, happy Saturday. I was about to say happy Friday, but it's not Friday anymore. Well, for Jinx, I think maybe for you, it might still be Friday or right just at about midnight now. And again, everybody, please give Jinx a follow if you could. We're in the madness and preparation of Adepticon. Jinx, I don't think you're going to Adepticon, right? I know that would be a long trip for you there. Who knows? Maybe at some point you end up doing Adepticon. Hey, real brush guy, how you doing? Yeah, Jinx, that's a long ways to go. I realize that. It would be certainly neat to see you there. I know. Well, I guess was it LVO would be closer for you. So, Real Brush Guy, I hope that you're doing well. And of course, Real Brush Guy, if you wanted to share anything in the chat there too, stuff that you've been working on. I know I always ask if they finally fixed the internet issue there, your bandwidth stuff that for whatever reason they're not giving you the bandwidth they should be. Hopefully that does get resolved for you at some point so that you can just go ahead and do your streaming. I would imagine it probably affects other stuff too. Although streaming obviously that's the most high demand thing. Let's see, they have not fixed it yet. Well, sorry about that, Real Brush Guy. But if you do want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. We're just again working on these engine cowlings here, trying to get some of this. Well, that had quite a bit of the Terra Rosa in there, didn't it? Wow. Let's see. So, now Jinxed, I don't know if I know you've used the oils on some of your stuff there. I don't know if you've been using that on any of your miniatures of late. Okay, that's got a little bit more of just straight up thin. There we go. That's kind of what I needed there. A little bit more of the straight up thinner. I'm actually going to hit this again just so that we get it more in line with what we were just doing here. All right. That's a little better. So yeah, Real Brush Guy, it's kind of set at Ultramax. Because there were some folks that we tried to say, hey, look, you kind of need to dial that back a bit, and they were too used to maybe some other streams, so we kind of had it amped up really, really, really high. Hey, there's Surface Tension. How you doing? So Surface Tension, if you want to share pictures of your Shmoom Kings and Cornish hens, that would be fabulous. So these are actually some, we'll just say modified ships or kit bash type things. A lot of them are 3D printed. And there's some really big ships. There's a whole bunch of little ones. We'll be getting to these smaller ones after this. These are kind of the mid-sized ones right here that we're working on. Hey, Metalovich, nice to see you. Boy, it's been a little while. I hope that you're doing okay. Great to see you again. Happy Saturday. Now let's start this way first. Let's start this way. Then I'm going to move some of these out of the way so that I can get to some of my smaller ones too. Whoops, here, let's use Mr. Blending Brush right there. Maybe I'll zoom out again, and you can see this is just a tiny portion of the ships here. Yeah, so after I do this one, we'll zoom out and maybe you can see some of the ship. This is about half of what I've been working on tonight when we zoom out here. So everybody please check out the Mastodon link there that Surface Tension posted. Actually, Surface Tension, we had quite the pun contest earlier. Yeah, Recoil's mom, I told everybody that Recoil is the Limerick champion, although the Surface Tension has also dropped down some limericks. All right, let me see just how much this will show when we zoom out here. So yeah, there's ships over here. You can't even see them there. That's just how many that we've been working on here tonight. Middleovich, well, I've actually, well, we really don't, with the oils, fortunately, there's no base coating. And sorry about that. I do believe that's actually a message via chat or something like that, as in Google Chat. Because remember last night we heard that sound and we thought it was like some people thought it was their cat doing something. So that must be the creature caster folks writing me back there. So again, I'm just moving these guys out of the way here. So everybody please check out those fabulous oil painted miniatures there. And those again are from Surface Tension. Alright, here's some more of our tiny ships here. Because we got all those engine cowlings to do. And that was going to do some of the stuff on the geodesic dome. On one of these ships here. No, a couple of them actually. Alright, those are done. So those, yep, those can go out of the way here. Just one more here. Because hashtag no layers with the oils, right, Milovich? Alright, we got the big guy here. Let me just move some of these out of the way so I don't knock them over with the big guy. Alright, there we are. Some of the asphalt. I'm just going to get me some of the thinner down in here. Thank you so much. Appreciate that surface tension. I'll bet you that. Yep, that's surface tension. Thank you so much. Here, let me put that thing down so we can grab this. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Now we're definitely going to have to go to the pharmacy tomorrow because this is pretty much the last of all of the medicine in the house. Everything, everything is all gone. There's nothing left. All right, let's do this. Ooh, it's a little too much thinner. All right, we'll back away from that. There we go. There was a real close to a little bit of accidente right there. Just pick that up in time. I might actually throw a little bit more of my rust and weathering color back there. So Metalovich, and of course, too, if you're doing it with the oils, those color charts are super helpful. And then maybe even, as we've talked about before, doing the black and white pieces, right, where it's just literally the two colors and that's it. One really dark color, one really light color, and just kind of focus on the values and working with the paints themselves. So again, so Metalovich, I don't do any kind of base coat type stuff. Remember, it's all we do the pre-glaze type stuff, and then we do the dry brush into that. So everybody, please check out the link that Metalovich shared. I can't click on that myself right now. Okay, there we go. Again, it gives that a little bit of a kind of a scorched look right there. Surface tension. That sound. I thought you almost said you made it. I have an ice cream maker, which, well, that would be good too. That is something I'm almost. Oh, wait a minute. Let me. I am zoomed in here. These are just really tiny. That's right. Now the one thing, and I said this as I was filming the video, with these panels in the way, I can't quite do the usual thing where I put this heel this brush over onto its side. So again, this is mostly just the asphaltum right here, like so, and we'll just get some of these small guys here. So again, Jinx, thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, please give Jinx a follow. Hopefully all the kitties are doing well. There. And just, well, we already have the other, yeah, we got the other dark pretty well placed in there. So get a real rich guy. I guess that means you basically just have not been able to stream. I know you probably tried a couple of times, only to find out there's just not enough bandwidth available there. And I know it's been quite some time. It's not like it's only been a week or a month or 2 or 3 months. It's been quite some time. There's our Tark in there. We've got some of our bigger ships here. Got only along the edge of these. Not a bunch of thinner, right? Because otherwise that's just going to turn into a pinline wash on top of our pinline washes. That won't be terribly helpful. That's not what we want. I think there's maybe 2 of these little guys here. Gonna get some of the, again, some of the asphaltum up here. Kind of acts a bit like a, almost like a bit of scorching. We'll take this and, oh, you know what? I'm also gonna hit the top of that cowling here with some of our rust color. That, for whatever reason, never did get to that. Oh, so we do have 3 of these smaller guys to do. Ah, yeah, real brush guy. Well, obviously I'm streaming at a unusual time here, right? Because it's what, 2:19 in the morning here. And part of that is also because, well, I looked at when a couple of things. Obviously, Kathy was streaming during the day, so that made it irrelevant. But when you looked at the peak usage times, well, that's kind of the same time you're talking about. Needless to say, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning here, not a peak usage time. I haven't even. Well, no, that's right. There were some of those the early Saturday challenges where I did actually stream in the afternoon and into the evening. I have not. I'm trying to. Well, I have technically streamed during the day because. Well, I think we were streaming here at 4 or 5 in the morning. That is really some strange stuff at work there, Real Brush Guy. Yeah, that is not something I can even claim to be able to figure out. So surface tension, all of your Cornish hens, those are done now, right? I think they are. You just had a few more, and well, your snakes. That's right. That's right. You're getting down to the sneaky snakes. Let me take a look here. Not this one. This one here. Yeah. Okay. Let me get back into this then. I thought, you know what? I should take a little look at this and see. And I can tell that I didn't get to these cowlings right there. Okay, so now we're good on that. I might even, just for funsies here, do a little more of this. Hey there, Doji. How you doing? Oh, so Surface Tension working on those sneaky snakes today. So Doji, if you want to share your links in the chat, please go ahead. So Doji, well, when you see the video, there will be a discussion on that. Yeah, so when you see the video, there will be a discussion. So basically, what the person wanted was essentially Starfleet ships that have not seen a space dock or any kind of maintenance for thousands of years. I could have maybe done battle damage type stuff on here, but this was kind of what was requested. And we do what is requested, right, Doji? Actually, Doji, if you wanted to share your fabulous Takori miniatures, all your oil painted stuff there, please go ahead and do that. You might recognize some of the cobalt teal bluish there. Yes, we did use cobalt teal bluish. So yeah, Doji, you will see that when I post the video. It's probably going to be tomorrow. Probably what, Sunday. I'll be posting the video. You'll see. You'll see as I kind of offer the. Oh, there's some AI photos too that I used as references. You'll be very intrigued by those. Now, who knows? Maybe some of these ships, they are. Maybe they enter the atmosphere and they do end up on the ground for whatever reason. That I cannot explain. Ooh, yeah. Let's get a little bit more of that. Now, see, I wonder if this is a combination of resin cast and 3D printing, because these are definitely 3D printed because I can see the support nubs on them. But this ship here is all the earmarks of a cast resin piece on the hull itself. I think so. It's not terrestrial no Rosa, right? Surface tension. It's Astra Nov no, Rosa. All right, so we got those. Oh yeah, here we've got these torpedo ports, whatever those are. Boy, I don't. Is that a schminky color there, Doji? I wonder if that's a schminky color. Alrighty, let's get to some indigo here. I'm just going to do a little something here on these panels. Not really a pin line wash. More looking to get a little bit of detail on these here. So it is a Williamsburg color. Is that one of those kind of Series 4, Series 5 colors there, Doji? I do think that I have seen that as I was kind of scrolling through some of the Williamsburg stuff. What about... Oh, you don't have the... So never mind. Nope. Oh, almost grabbed the wrong batch of... Actually, I have two different vats going of thinner. Technically three. I just looked. Yeah, I actually have three different vats of thinner going here at once. This is the one that's a little wonky here. Let's see. Yeah, Doji. It's. I got so used to the winter sale because that was going for quite some time. I think all the way through January and into February. Well, end of February. That we got kind of spoiled thinking it was always going to be the winter sale. Now there's an, no, that's not it. This is the one here. I want to get some stuff going here on these panels right here. Ah, that's fantastic surface tension. Let me see. What was the code that I kind of made by accident during our terrain stuff? Oh, it was I think Van Dyke Brown and Phthalo Green. Boy, what is that? Like a sap green, hooker's green, something like that. That was very impressive. That's why I'm just never gonna buy those colors. It just is not worth it when I can make something so much better with what I already have. Okay, so I think that's a little bit. Now let me see. Okay, I do have some fast matte white out here. That's good. Once again, I'm going to take my thinner, start to break that down. This is definitely the lightest light here. This will be, should be significantly lighter than we've already done on the windows. And I'm just going to do a couple little bits and bobs on some of these guys with this really light stuff here. Surface tension, you would have really liked being at the academy because you had minimal palettes. There was no buying a bunch of different colors. It was here, you got like these 6 or 7. You do whatever you're going to do with those 6 or 7, that's it. There's none of this, I'm going to have the entire paint line kind of thing. Now, Doji, like you say, right, the paint purchasing is a wee bit easier than the painting part of the process. All right, let me get to this other one that's got this little array on there. Well, there's Arathu. As we talk about this array, we have an array of Arathus. So Arathu, how you doing? Happy Saturday. So great to see you again. Hopefully you had some fun in Mini Maddie's stream. What's weird is that I swear that's the first time I saw Mini Maddie streaming at that time in quite a while. Oh, yeah, that's right. And the other, of course, nobody's going to be able to answer now because not a whole bunch of folks are watching who are watching this or watching Reaper live. But I'm just kind of a little bit concerned, I guess. Now, maybe it's just Twitch being twitchy and it unfollowed me from them or something without me saying unfollow. But I have not gotten an alert for Reaper Live in a long, long time. And that's a little weird. I know there's a couple of other folks that have, like Thunderhead Studios, a couple of folks that just haven't seen anything in a while. They've got other things going on right now. Yeah, Paintwater. Oh, actually, it happened to Armored Wolf. Even Armored Wolf went, wait a minute, why am I getting no notifications for you? And that's because Twitch had unfollowed. I thought you were talking about that, Arathu. Well, Arathu, of course, you know, well, I shouldn't maybe talk about my evil plan to use a couple of school buses filled with six sick kids to conquer one nation after another. It's a fairly straightforward process. You get a couple of dozen kids, you put them on a school bus, they take a field trip somewhere to some random nation. They touch everything, they lick all the door handles, touch all the people, wait about 10 days or so, and that country is ripe for invasion. You just walk right in. Doji, instead of a PG-17 or something, whatever that is, we have to have some kind of a wallet warning, like you say. And of course, once that happens, then all we have to then simply do is just threaten other nations with, again, school buses filled with sick kids. We just said so. That's a real nice country you got going on there. It'd be a real shame if somebody was to put a whole bunch of sick kids in there and all of you get taken down. Well, Arathu, unlike what they show in the movies, the orcs are actually pretty darn small. I mean, they're not hobbit sized, but they're not even 6 feet tall or anything like that. They're actually smaller than the people. So Doji has natural immunity, distributed by proximity, right, Doji? Doji, hopefully the bakery run was a good one today. I almost forgot to ask. Let me do this one now. So surface tension says that well, if you take them on that kind of a field trip, that they might actually, yeah, they're going to be more subject to stuff there than they are subjecting the people to. I'm just trying to get a couple, maybe a little something there, and also there. Now, let me hit this real quick here. Let me do this, and there's something that I also, yeah, this doesn't have the little icons or symbols on it like the other ones do. Followed by a delish breakfast. That sounds good. Alright, let me do this too here. Now we'll put you off to the side. These are the ones that I wanted to try and fool around with a little bit more here. So again, there's some more of the fabulous cobalt teal bluish. Looking again to just get some little doodads here on that Judas dome. Also on these things, holding our little spheres. So let's see. Let's see. 4 hours 13 minutes. We've been working on these guys, and I'll show you again what they started out as. And again, the video where I did the initial painting, I think it was a half a dozen of these. Either there's 5 or 6 of them, something like that. Here's this. And here is this. So there is what we started with the primer painting, and then this is with all of our it's kind of 3 rounds worth of adding the lighter, sorry, the darker rust, and then some of the lighter stuff. Actually, let me reinforce this just a little bit here. Just a couple of these. This is one of the ones from the video. I just want to make it more in line with what we're doing now. Okay, I think that worked. So yeah, surface tension. Mostly in this session, I was adding the lightest of the rust colors and the streaks, and a couple of other little things. And then, well, all of this kind of stuff, the lights, the engine glow stuff, the cowlings. So I'm going to throw a little more of the light back here. Okay, that's better. So this little, again, this little dome right here is going to get a few little bits of light thrown on it there. We'll do a little more of our light there. Also another one here. Okay, and this one, did I do you yet? Nope, didn't do this one yet. So yeah, surface tension, even though I've done some BFG stuff on the videos, I had not done any on stream. And I thought this would be a very, very different thing to be doing on stream. Normally it's kind of either a figure, piece of terrain, or whatever, and it's all sort of start to finish. Believe it or not, there are still some ships yet to go even after doing all of this. Yeah, I'm going to throw a little something on there. Ah, yeah, this is the thing. And only a couple of these ships have. These, again, must be the 3D printed ones. So I'm going to try. Let me see what happens when I go darker with this. Like, say, indigo. Or should it be something that's more of a red? And I think there's one of our battleships that might also have this marking. Okay, so there's just a whole kind of collection of stars right there. And I think all of these, I wonder if every one of the, yeah, every single one of these does have it. Okay, so we got to do it on all these. So yeah, surface tension. Oh, I did at the Eldar fleet. That's what it is. Yeah, I was like, what other fleet did I do? Yeah, it was the Eldar fleet, which looks suspiciously like Minbari ships. So there's that second one. There's the third one, and let me just grab this guy because I'm sure. Sure, yep, he does. He does have one of those. I'm just going to start out here with the indigo and we'll see how that works. I might have to come back with maybe something that's lighter, or maybe I have to use something like some red or whatever. I don't know if that would translate any more than this would. Maybe I actually try to come back in here with something that's lighter. Alright, so that's the third one. Where's the fourth one? There it is. And then there's also that really big ship that apparently also has one of these little logos on it too. This is not, that's not a pin line wash. Close as it might be, it's not actually a pin line wash. There's a whole bunch of the stars over here. Alright, so there's the four little guys, and then there is the one big ship here, and there we go. Okay. So this thing over here, that's a little bit smushier than it is on the other ones. So I'm gonna come back in here with maybe some lighter stuff, and we'll just have to, yeah, I have to redraw some of this with some lighter colors in here. That would have been very fun, for sure. So that is our radiant indigo combined with some actual indigo. Maybe even some of our fast matte white here. Blending brush. And I'm just going to have to maybe get rid of some of the rusty stuff here, just so that that symbol starts to stand. Actually, you know what I'm going to do is, I'm going to do this the easy way. I'm just going to do this the simple way. I'm just going to wipe all that stuff out. Why am I going to screw around with all that when I can just do this like so? And we'll try this again just with our darker stuff here. So again, we're going to do the, yeah, that's a little bit easier doing it that way. So Middleovich, again, great to see you. I know it's been a little while. No, that didn't quite work. Maybe take a little bit more of my lighter stuff here. Not with that brush. Try some of this. There you go. And we'll do this again. Remember, I was one of the elves or something. We wiped away the freehand not once, not twice, but 3 times. There was the one Rohan guy, where that was part of the freehand pattern that I think I wiped away 5 times. Yep, now that's the kind of amount of thinner I want on there, which is again virtually none. And now I can get the little stars on here. And at least now we've got a little something that's happening there. But now I can come back with some rust here. Yeah, a bit more of this. Take this, start to blend some of it with what is already here. Nope, a little more of that. There we go. Okay, so now I think we can see that symbol a little bit more than we could when we started. We still have some weathering around it. Okay, that's better. We'll take him, set him off to the side. Oh, and by the way, the halo stuff, these are the resin figs that they sent. So I got these based that we also have the flame stuff here. We'll be doing object source lighting on him. We've got 2 urban and 2 that are kind of more jungle flavored right here. And I guess I'll be doing 4 different color schemes on these. So that's what we're painting on the Saturday stream here, which is not that terribly far away. Because, well, now Now it's Saturday. Here, let me get a few of these guys out here. I don't think there's any of the, no, there's none of those logos on any of these ships, I don't think, but I am going to get these little guys out of the way here because they are currently in the way. I'll see you later there, Jinx. I thought you already had to skedaddle there. Thank you so much for the raid. Again, everybody please give Jinx a follow. And how's about we welcome in JT? How you doing there, JT? Nice to see you again. We've well, as you can see, we've got an array of very tiny little Battlefleet Gothic ships here that we've been painting on. We've been doing some of the last bits of the weathering, and now we're adding some of the lighter lights here. So everybody please give JT Stark a follow if you could. So JT, thank you so much for the raid. Happy Saturday to you. So yeah, this is a very unusual stream. Well, we've been painting a lot of terrain. Yeah, we've been painting tons of terrain. Now here's one of the bigger ships right here. We've been painting lots of terrain, but here you can see the difference between basically the primer painting there and then all of the weathering. We have some of the lights that we've been working on, and that's what we're going to do here is start to refine some of that. And of course, we've been working on lots more of the Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain for Adepticon here. So that's one of the kitties that we were painting last night on stream, and then we did two of these right here. We did two of these guys on stream. Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain again for Adepticon, which is not very far away. And of course, JT, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So thanks again for the raid, as always. Appreciate that. Now here's one. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get me some of my rust in there. Then we're gonna try and get some more definition on these windows, I think. Yeah, and that probably just means going in with some dark here. So yeah, Arathi, we had all kinds of puns earlier in the stream. It was definitely the Wampleville Comedy Club. Alright, now we've done that. Now I'm going to see which other ones we need to do something like that here. Well, JT, it's again good to see you there. I hope that everything has been pretty much going the way you would like it to. I know sometimes things does not always go quite according to script or plan. That's for sure. That's what we've been experiencing here, well, especially the last 24 hours or so. So there we go. Okay, that stands out a little bit better. Hey, TCG, nice to see ya. Aratu, there was a whole series of very good ones, I would have to say. It was a strong night at open mic at the Wampleville Comedy Club, I think. So thanks so much, TC. There's at least a few dozen of these, because I think there's probably 12 just of this ship alone. There's a couple of the really big battleships, and then there's a whole host of smaller ones. And as you can see, we've been doing some really tiny little pinline wash type things. Maybe even something you could consider some battle damage or whatever. So there was puns galore and so much more. We did not have any limericks though. Let's see, I'm gonna grab this and yep, little of that right there. And you can see that really does actually kind of look like the Scourge. That Asphaltum is really a very versatile color. We use it all the time for our cavalry stuff. Hey there, Guiltip. Nice to see ya. So yeah, well, you'll be seeing these at Adepticon anyways. Now, of course, here's some of the other stuff that we'll also have there, all the Bretonian stuff that we've been working on, right? And all of our Shmoom Kings here. So many fabulous figs, 3D printed from Titan Forge, from Highland Miniatures. Here's more fun Titan Forge. We did 3 of the kitties, 3 different weapons. We did the crocodiles, and of course, where's our Anubis? There it is. Now the other thing we're going to do is recondition, as in also rebase. So I want to throw this and Big Bobble into the golden demons there. So yeah, we're gonna work on the base of him right there. So we have to just kind of extract him from that base, and we'll do something fun for that. So again, that is our that's some of our classic old lizard men there. So Doji, the again the we got our magical turquoise here, just mixing it with a little bit of the fast matte white. Let's make sure that's not too thin though. So Guild Tip, I hope everything's going really well. We'll see you later there, Doji. I keep forgetting that you got some things you got to do. But thank you so much for being here as always. And you have yourself a good one. So Guild Tip, hopefully you have your Adepticon things ready to go. I'm just trying to get a little bit of my light in those windows down there. Alright, see you later there, JT. I understand that. Yes, I think the last few nights I've been getting to sleep at somewhere in the neighborhood of 7:20 in the morning. That's not super. That is less than ideal for sure. Alright, so I'm just trying to get a little bit of the light in those crazy little things that are shoved down in here. That's good, Guild Tip. I mean, there's some things, well, like the Mantic stuff that I was hoping to throw into the Mantic. Think like our fabulous, not Tomb Kings Empire of Dust that we did, and a few other things. Alright, let me get a little bit of our light, sneak that down in there too. Okay. I'll see you later there, JT Stark. Again, thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, please give JT Stark a follow. Alright. We'll get some of this going here. And then there's a bunch of the other mid-size one. Oh, that's the... No, we already did some of that on that. I don't know if that's necessarily a battleship or not, but it's definitely one of the bigger ones. Well, enjoy supper there, Mom. And again, Rico's mom, thank you so much for being here. Everybody, please again say hello to Rico's mom. And hopefully you enjoy. I know it's going to be very tasty. I know it's going to be fabulous. And I'll shoot Recoil. I was going to shoot Recoil a message after the stream tonight, and just see how you were doing for one thing, and also just kind of fill him in on what's been going on here the last few days. So again, looking forward to. Now let's see. I might still see you before Adepticon, because there's at least one more stream before Adepticon. That'll be our Saturday stream. I don't know. I'll try to do a stream on Monday, since I won't be going to Adepticon till Wednesday. That might just be able to happen. I think if it's anything, it would maybe be some of our archaladrum or something like that, or whatever, because those could be magnetized and still brought to Adepticon. So again, just trying to sneak in a little bit of this lighter stuff down in here, just in case those are supposed to be windows or something. Lots of Terra Rosa, lots of the Asphaltum, and some of our weathering stuff that we did. Okay, here's some more of these. I think there's 4 or 5 more of these. Oh, that's almost got too much thinner in it. That's really, really, really close. That's a close shave right there. Actually gonna have to throw some more fast matte white out here so that I can hit some. No, actually I should do some of the dark. Yeah, we'll reinforce some of the edges on those. You know what, let me get this big guy out of here. Get him out of the way. I get a little bit of thinner, too much. And this will turn itself into a pinline wash, which would not be bueno. Well, you could really see just how much darker the original primer color was when I first put it on there. I thought, boy, oh boy, is this primer actually too light for what I wanted to do? Turns out it was just the right amount. So there's a whole bunch of, let me see, I got 2, 4, 6, 8, now 10, and then there's still 3 more. So there's at least 13 of these ship types here. Because I wasn't that far off when I said a dozen. Okay. Oh boy, it's that little bit of an overhang makes that really hard to reach down and get to, but liner brush does help with that. Let me get this, a couple of windows in here. On this side too. Now this one, yep, needs that here. Again, just using tiny bit of thinner just to get that flowing. Otherwise, it would be too much like a pinline wash. Okay, you can go to the side now. We've got yes, we got all the other ones set. So that one we already did some of the darker stuff. That one too. This one not so much. So we are gonna, I'm just gonna throw some thinner right under the palette there, make it easier. Some of the asphaltum, some of the Van Dyke brown here. Just breaking this down, and that also can't be too much of a pinline wash. There we are. Now, so Ratu, I wasn't sure if you had got some stuff planned for the weekend. I don't think you're heading down right to the Netherlands. I think actually that's been coming up your ways as opposed to you having always go down there. This one's pretty solid here. I think we're in pretty solid shape right there. Actually, surface tension. Oh geez, I don't know if you have to go do the stroll with a certain hound. Sorry if I kept you away from that. Unless you actually told me in chat that you had to go do that. and I just missed it, which is very possible given the state of play. These never really did get any kind of a scorching on them either, did they? Yeah, this is little cleanup stuff gonna happen up here. So saving up on some of those vacation days. Well, that's okay. I don't know if you've got any kind of indigenous holidays coming up. Any? Because let's see. Yeah, none of the ones. I'm just trying to think what national Norwegian holidays there are. I know you just had one not too long ago, right? I think it wasn't all that long ago. You had a kind of a national holiday there. So boy, Grand Oracle. Let me see. I'm trying to think if no, what we didn't have Prinkles. We did not have Prinkles. I'm trying to think of what we might have had. You have to fill me in there, Grand Oracle. Like I said earlier, my brain is very tiny here. Okay. So Grand Oracle, I couldn't. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't march into the hey, he's doing the 40K thing. I'm glad I didn't actually do any of that. I don't. Is that his actual handle? Because that would be pretty wild if it was. I'm trying to think what was the full handle. I guess I would have to go back and look at last night's stream. Let's see, Grand Oracle. What were we? I was painting terrain last night, wasn't I? Yeah, we were painting terrain last night. Too bad we weren't painting some 40K stuff, right, Grand Oracle? Who knows? Maybe we can get Cavill to go to Adepticon. I mean, really, if he does like 40K, shouldn't he be there? So the real Henry Cavill. It's kind of funny because I just kind of shortened that down to Cavill. So the 17th of May is the national day there for Norway. Now, I'll try to remember that, Arathu. Well, actually, Grand Oracle, thanks for telling me because I basically just sort of assumed, right, that that was just somebody that somehow was able to get that. Actually, the boy Grand Oracle, did he come in with a raid? I'm just wondering if he might have come in with a raid. I guess I don't know if I'd have to maybe see if he also did a follow. It'd be literally hilarious if I did my little. We did our usual Hobbit routine to welcome him in. That's just that's kind of funny. So you'll be at the Netherlands for Arasu Day, otherwise known as King's Day. Well, that's cool, Arasu. That's yep. You need some of that too. So that's that's really cool. Thanks, actually, thanks, Grand Oracle. It is kind of funny though that wasn't actually painting any miniatures at the time. Now I'm just gonna have to go back and check out the stream because it was last night, right? I'll have to check out the stream. I think it was kind of towards the middle, or was it sort of I don't know. Was it maybe 2 hours in ish, something like that? Okay, okay, that's good. I think I've got all of these out here. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Okay, so that means we've got all of these crazy little window ports here. Just like we did over here with the engine cowlings. The darker this gets, well, the lighter the windows themselves tend to look. And remember, these did have, a lot of these had some kind of nasty spray primer on them. So there's a little bit of a texture that we're fighting. Nah, I'm gonna clean up these over here too. Like I said before, it's just for whatever reason, and the same actually does go for the acrylic side of things. It is just a whole lot easier to kind of go in with the darker stuff. Yeah, look at the difference that makes. You can really see those windows there. Now let me see if I can do. This is mostly just the asphaltum here. Something like this, and a little more on my rust-ish color here. We're almost into straight up Terra Rosa right there. I guess actually Arasu, but you still can't be 100% sure, right? Because you have the example of Big Jim Slade being worst Wapple at a convention. Oh, at ReaperCon, yes. And then was it Asmo that was like the second worst Wapple? That I seem to remember there was like orders of there was like so many fake Wapples there. It was almost like an impersonation convention or something. And of course, by worst Wapple, we mean WURST. Because, well, obviously, Kathy was best Wapple, which makes me sort of first worst Wapple. But that would make Big Jim second worst. Maybe it would make Asmo liver worst. I don't know. All right, I think we're good on those. Ooh, wait a minute. Yeah, this here guy. Let's get that. Well, also let me get some of this down here too. Blending brush. Boom. So that is he wanted to be a Wapple in the worst way, right, Real Brush Guy? I did say it was open mic night here. And I did say that. Now, okay, now that we've done that, we're gonna try and get here. Let's get this stuff out of this here brush, and we're gonna get to this. Okay, fine. I'll just use that. All right, let's get this down here. Almost forgot this one here. So as the brat of the gang of fake Wapples there, that means that Arathu would have to be the bratwurst, which actually that is making me pretty darn hungry. I don't know. I was gonna have to be going to the store tomorrow anyways. Maybe there's some bratwursts on sale. If that's the case, so there's liverwurst. There's our bratwurst. We have a currywurst. Everybody wants to be a Wample in the worst way. Boy, we do not have much of our fast mat white left, do we? We have basically none. That's okay. We put some of our light over there. Alright, we're gonna grab you again. And as I can see, we need to go a little bit more with our rust down here. Poof, there we go. Would certainly be the worst behaved gang ever, wouldn't it, Real Brush Guy? However, we would be able to open up a restaurant with our ill-gotten gains. We could just call it worst worsts. Worst worsts gained in the worst way. Yeah, Grand Oracle, I don't know. I'll have to, I'll just have to, I guess, while I'm trying to do stuff tomorrow, have the stream playback or something like that. And now, if I was to be, if I had it in my editing software, I could really just very easily get to that point in the stream. But something tells me it was at least halfway through, right? And I suppose we could just do a little search, right? A little Twitch search and see, well, who knows? Maybe if somebody was actually streaming under that name, that would probably then settle it once and for all, wouldn't it? Now, this is one of the ships that I did in that video, and I'm just trying to match that up to what we've got going here now. Let me see. So, oh wow, that's almost 4 hours in. Oh boy, Grand Oracle, that's well, Grand Oracle, I have to say, I almost thought that was a bot at first, because I don't know if you've seen it on some of the Instagram posts, but it'll sit there kind of like the spam bots that say, "I love your art, I'd like to purchase it" or something. So when I first saw that, that was my first thought. But I do remember that one. I think what we did show some of the paintings at that time, I believe. I'm not sure. I know that there was a little bit of a Q&A afterwards, right? We were kind of talking about some of the methods that we use, some of the materials. So yeah, Real Brush Guy, that was last night. It's just funny because, again, with all the Adepticon craziness, it didn't even, none of that even registered. Now, the funny thing is, if I talk to Kathy's mom and sister, they would have no idea what that means. There's not a whole lot of people I can tell outside of, well, us, that would even know what that means. Alright, we did get our latest stuff there. Not gonna do that. Alright, what I will do, I am gonna get me a little smidge of our fast mat white out here, I think. So let's do this. Little fast mat white out here. Boy, it's funny, Grand Oracle. I remember that one too. And I think, oh, that's when we were talking about, well, use the acrylics, take advantage of what they do, use the oils, take advantage of what they do, right? Instead of kind of the zero-sum game kind of thing. So I remember those. It's weird, Grand Oracle. I can recall, well, that's not the usual type of post, right? Usually they're, well, a little more truncated, or maybe there's a little bit more of an inside joke there or something that's being passed along. As now we got ourselves some straight up fast matte white here. Yeah, actually, and usually that would kind of go in a much weirder way, wouldn't it? All right, we'll again we got our fast matte white here. Only on those lead windows. That's it. Only on those. You're just gonna go over here. Yeah, I'm just gonna start putting those out of my way. There. That's it. Yes. Even those a little bit later, maybe. So again, it's just these first few windows right here, and that is it. Then I'm gonna start putting some of these back in this little box here. How's about we do that over here? Okay, oh, let's do this. Put you back in the box, just get you out of the way. Doing all these, I guess, just cruisers, whatever. I mean, I guess, can you have it set to where nobody can follow you? I I wonder if that could be the case too. All right, let's keep going with these guys, and a whole handful of these to do here again. This is just the fast matte white here. Right, and there. So here, this one really has some of that dusty primer type stuff going on, so a little tough to battle through that. Now that's weird. Not sure what's going on there, but that's all gone now. Little touch of our last light up there as well. Whoa, it's almost a little bit too much paint on that brush. That is mighty close. Close, but not enough. Yeah, doing those first couple of windows like that just basically brings that forward a little bit. So Old Grand Oracle, I don't know if you saw this one too. So that's the impact that just one little coat of the Army Painter Anti-Shine. This thing was so shiny, right? It was practically, it was almost like it was reflective. It was like a mirror. So I'll hit this again. Sometimes you can't quite tell exactly the areas you've gotten. But that's the video that I just put up on the Patreon page today. Oh, look at that. And Armored Wolf has been kind enough to post a link to the Patreon page. Again, that is the most recent tutorial. Just threw that up there today. That was using the Galkid medium, which, as we can say that it's very effective at making the paint dry faster. It is super, super, super ultra glossy, even when it dries. And I do want to say thanks to everybody that followed yesterday. And again, it wasn't an actual like milestone, but it did add well, it crossed over to the 8600 range. So we appreciate again the follows yesterday. We appreciate all the little hobbitses. So So yeah, we could tell we're getting a little bit of some of the material out here on the edges of the wings, but that's all right. It's just kind of the weathering stuff, anyways. Well, Arathu, you are the king of Norway, so that's we have to factor that in, don't we? Yes, as the king of Norway, you're bound to get just a higher proportion of followers with without having to do anything. I do believe that you had to explain that to Mini Maddies. I think during the stream last night. So Roland, I'm not so sure. Well, you would imagine that they don't have too many more things they can resurrect, right? They've kind of resurrected all the other stuff, so this is kind of unless they're going to do an Inquisitor role-playing game again. Yeah, so unfortunately, Arathu's kingdom there has fallen below replacement rate. So I think Arathu needs to start bribing more folks to become subjects. Oh, Mordheim. Now that's right. Because they did. What the heck was it? Or was it? No, maybe it wasn't Mordheim. I guess. Well, some of the categories, Armored Wolf. When I was looking at what you sent there, they have what is it? Oh gosh. Some of the other smaller games. Obviously, there's Warcry in there, but oh, that's right. I should probably try and scare up some Warcry figures. I don't think I have any of these Shadow. What the heck were they? I wonder if there's any of these floating around here. Where the heck are they? Here, the Shadow Reapers or something like that. Well, I think I already passed them by. Yep, I already passed them by. Ah, there we go. Shadow Stalkers. Yeah, I don't think I have any of those still sitting around here. Necromunda, that's the one. And Horus Heresy. That's it's so funny because I'm sure I've painted pre-heresy stuff. I don't think I've painted any Horus Heresy stuff, unless maybe I have. Yes, and of course, well, we can add to that the school bus filled with kids. That's a bit like the underpants gnome. Send in the kids, conquer country. You know what? I'm just gonna chuck a little bit of that on there. That's oh nope, we just a little bit of a glazer, so I'm gonna swing over here to the other side and do that. Okay. Let me see here. Yeah, this is one of the ones that we did on our video here. I'm actually going to come back with some darker stuff on this here. Let me do that. There we go. Yeah, I just needed to get that a little more solidified, and then here a little bit more of a pin line wash stuff down in there. Hey Zelica, how you doing? Cursed City. I think I actually painted some Cursed City stuff. Or maybe, man, maybe that was, what's the other one? I don't remember. So Zelika, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Great to see you again. So Zelika, I think you saw the terrain that we were painting. Yeah, you saw the terrain we were painting last night. That was super fun. More of that Marvel Crisis Protocol stuff. Now we're trying to finish up a whole bunch of Battlefleet Gothic ships here. And by a whole bunch, I mean there's at least 14 just of this type of ship. This is just one type of ship. There's the three really big ships. There's, I think it was 8 of these smaller ones, and then there was like 3 semi-small ones. Everybody, please give Zelika a follow. Zelika, actually, were you gonna be? You weren't gonna be streaming tonight, were you? Well, no, today, because it's 3:28 in the morning here. We've been streaming for 5 hours now. Alrighty then. That's what we did on some of the other ones. I'm gonna try. Well, there's also a big blob of glue or something there, so I'm just gonna. Well, look at that. Some battle damage. Whatever. No problem there, Zelika. Yeah, Zelika. What was it? I was just saying. I think last night I got to sleep at 7:20 in the morning or something like that. Something crazy. And Grand Oracle, sorry for keeping you up late again. All right, so yeah, okay, that helps over there. We're gonna get into a little bit of this over here. Some of that on here. This is like some paint chips. These are some colossal paint chips. They're really more like battle damage than paint chips. Yeah, those would be paint chips that are about 40 feet, 50 feet wide or something. So yeah, it's a little too much to be paint chips. But okay, that little bit of dark there, so it gives our lights something to contrast against. Back to one of these guys again, and I see some more of this. Again, those are support nubs or whatever there, but we're just gonna do a little bit of this. Or is it just seems like it's just glue or something. Blending brush, push this around. That's mostly the asphaltum. There's, I guess, a teensy bit of the Terra Rosa in there. Chip that. Oh, actually, here, let's. Now, that's more of your classic pinline wash right there. So, Rathu, again, we had to just kind of come up with something. That the battle damage would have been a little bit too much. Who knows? Maybe these ships find themselves in some kind of corrosive, like a nebula or something. Rathu, the whole idea behind this is imagine Federation starships that have been active in service for millennia, and there's no star bases or anything like that. So any sort of maintenance done is all just kind of ad hoc on the fly. So that was what he wanted, was a ship that almost looks like it's been abandoned for, well, a long, long time, but is still actually active. So Zelika, I haven't tried those out. You can almost, and I hate to say it, you can almost kind of go by cost. Now the oils that are definitely not going to work too well would be the one, where it's 20 oils for $5 or something like that. So as long as you're somewhere in the neighborhood of even the starter sets, so there's like student grade colors. Now you'll just be less frustrated. Now you don't have to go on full, like a Grand Oracle says. What do you mean? You don't have to go full on Series 7 like this. Although Grand Oracle keeps and Doji keeps insisting that I keep tempting them with all the pricey stuff. But you can, I mean, you can always start out with the lesser expensive stuff, and then you upgrade. You say, all right, you know what? I kind of want the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown because we know what that can do, as opposed to, well, the Windsor Newton Van Dyke Brown. I don't think you want that no matter what. Yeah, surface tension. It's kind of funny because I I said a while back, I was thinking, I didn't tell you, hey, is it not time to go walk the hound? Okay, now Zelica, that should be all right. Now, of course, sometimes even the pricier stuff doesn't necessarily work out. Now, I don't know if I have. Well, is this one of them here? No, that's that a cobalt violet. No, that's not it. Ah, here we go. So this right here, oh my gosh, it's Series 5. This one right here is super expensive. This is more like 30 some odd dollars a tube. For miniatures, this was not very good. Now, for regular painting, could be a whole different story. Regular 2D art, but for miniature painting, it was not terribly successful. So that's something you'll also find out too. In Zelica, it was Holbein. Yes, it's a brand made in Japan. It's a pricey paint. It's not cheap. It's good stuff. However, for miniature painting, it just was not successful at all. And of course, obviously, it will be dictated by what you can get in your area. The reason that Stila was getting the Holbein is because, well, Stila was in Japan and Holbein is made in Japan, whereas Williamsburg is made here in the U.S. For that's going to have some obvious repercussions when it comes to the pocketbook there. So Zelica, a lot of stuff has just been kind of learned the hard way. There's a whole bunch of paints that I haven't touched in a long time because I found out, well, again, the hard way, yeah, these don't work quite the way I thought they would. But again, you can kind of start with minimal amounts. Now, the colors that you're looking for also are not, there's not a ton of them, especially at the start. Things like indigo, Van Dyke brown, phthalo green, phthalo blue, Prussian blue, Terra Rosa, or Indian red, as the case might be. So you don't need a whole bunch of stuff. And of course, doing they got the fast matte white. So we've been doing more stuff with the alkyds. However, the alkyds, they have some consequences. Now, the one thing I did discover with the Gelkid medium is that the staining stuff still happens. So our Egyptian violet, all the staining colors, for the most part, did their normal thing. And of course, Zelica, we highly recommend doing the color chart things like this. Also, maybe on your first miniature or something like that, you just say, you know, I'm doing one light color, one dark color, so that you don't have to necessarily be thinking about different color things while you're also thinking about consistency. And of course, hashtag no layers. Less is more. More is always way too much. So again, that's the one of the big, huge things about the oils. Less is more. More is always going to be way too much. Without doubt, always and forever. That too much can happen real quick too. And you'll know And it happens to all the folks that are kind of new to the oils. That first miniature or two or three or four might take a really long time to dry, and that's just going to be because there will be orders of magnitude too much paint on the brush. Because the oils, they flow so much more easily than the acrylics. You need very, very little paint to do the same thing. Yep, Zelica, I prime them the same stuff that I would prime the acrylics with. Now this is a little, nice little brown primer that I made for myself. Typically, I'm just using a neutral gray like this. And the Stynylrez primer, no rattle can stuff. What's the other thing? No Vallejo. Yeah, no Vallejo primer. This is what we use here, the Stynylrez. And apparently, well, I found out last night or the night before. Um, let's just put it this way: if you're using what is that Monument primer, guess what? You're kind of using this because it's made in the same place. That was a little something I learned yesterday. No, was it yesterday? Yeah, I learned that during the day yesterday. Much to my surprise, because of course last time I was in the Badger factory was 2019, and that's when I saw the MIG ammo one-shot primer. Yes, MIG ammo one-shot primer is basically Badger Stynylrez. Now, of course, if you're doing the pre-glaze stuff, that's where I use that lighter gray primer. But if I'm doing things, well, like our Schmoom Kings, right, where there is no way to be getting pre-glaze in there, instead I go with that darker brown. And even these Halo figures, they're going to start out with this sort of darker brown like that because there's too many opportunities for snapping things off, like all of the foliage that we've added here. So that's going to be done with the dark brown primer right there. Oh, yeah, let me get back to this here. And also, too, I just, well, even for acrylic, I just use synthetic brushes. These are liner brushes here. The short liner refers to the handle, not to the bristles. The bristles are actually longer. Key thing. I try to use the dry brushing stuff as often as possible with the oils. So Zelica, let me see if I can find this without too much hassle. Here we go. So I painted a scene much like this, much like the Shire here, on a wall, 134 inches by 90 some odd inches, and I used almost no oil paint on that because we were using it very thin. I was using lots of thinner, using the dry brush stuff, letting it mix together. They were completely shocked. They thought I was going to need tubes and tubes and tubes of oil paint. And I said if I was using acrylic paint on the wall, I would have needed an entire art store worth of acrylic paint. Now, actually, surface tension, well, let's see, Y's are allowed, but all the other vowels are pretty much forbidden. Actually, I think he needs a few more C's in there, doesn't he, surface tension? He needs more C's and D's. That's what he needs. Yeah, if it was going to be a truly Welsh name, you'd have to have about 10 D's, 14. Well, you could still have the Y's. What's the other letter that you see? Yeah, C's and D's. You see mostly that. And W's. Random W's thrown in there. Touch of light on the end of that. Oh, you know what? Little something here. So W is a vowel, so you can allow that if it's a vowel. All right, let me do some. Ooh, this is a. I did need this one here. I need to actually, ironically enough, deposit some of this paint elsewhere. Okay, I think we've sufficient. Whoops, there's also a piece of fuzz on there. Yeah, Metalovich, well, person that was with the Latin high school, Diskevich was his name. There was, I think there were 11 Z's in a 10-letter name. Yeah, there was plenty of Z's there. Of course, Chicago is, I think, still the third largest city in Poland. And I do believe May 5th is Kazimierz Pulaski Day, which Kathy had to learn. Even her mom had to also learn what in the world is Kazimierz Pulaski Day, which probably not really celebrated too much in the U.S. outside of here. Kazimierz Pulaski, also known as the father of the United States Cavalry. He was sort of a low-ranking Polish cavalry officer, and his tactical ideas were not exactly accepted in Europe, but here he offered his services to the Continental Army, and the cavalry was born. Any lighter up here? No, we'll leave that be darker right there. So this is one of our big guys here. I'm going to come back and maybe get a few areas of lighter stuff here and there, maybe. Alright, that works there. Maybe a little bit on this edge too. Maybe try this here. A little bit more on my light there. Now what about here? I've got this that we made. Oh, that's got some of our radiant indigo in there. Do that, and again take a blending brush here. So you can see, kind of doing a dry brush sort of a thing. Then a brush that has no paint on it whatsoever, and just using that to do a little bit of blending there. So that's pretty wild. There's surface tension. Let's see if I can get a little, ooh boy, a little bit light right along the edge here. Yes, we can. A little something right there, so it kind of brings that edge forward just a bit. Not the whole way. A little bit of it here. Yeah, I'm going to try and get that edge a little more pronounced there. Yep, Zelica, I've done a bunch of those. These are all half the size of a human head. So you're talking some of these weigh 20, 30 pounds right here. So that one we actually painted on stream. That was painted with the oils. Actually, the first time I used the fluorescent paints. That's from Blackheart Models, and again, that one weighed about 27 pounds. This one right here, that one weighed even more. Yeah, painted that one twice. Oh yeah, here's another. That one also, again, that's a good 18 pounds or so of resin right there. So yes, we painted definitely some sci-fi busts. I got one of those on stream. I do have another one of that Karakalila bust that we might try to paint on stream again. Maybe now with the new setup, it might be a little bit easy. Ironically enough, that particular bust is the reason why the palette camera is where it is, because before the palette used to be sitting right here. And there was no way to do that because, well, I couldn't have been able to actually get at any of the paint. So that's the reason why the palette camera is where it is, and it's still there to this day. Well, actually, there wasn't a palette camera at the time, so that led to the creation of the palette camera. Thanks, Kel. Appreciate that. Now, there is a part of that Kara Kalila bust. Now, I was using cerulean blue. I was using phthalo blue. Well, there's a bunch of colors we don't use anymore. Obviously, if I was to do that again, well, Severus blue, cobalt, teal, bluish. Wow, we would have several sensational colors. Obviously, we also have our interference colors that we didn't have. And that was, again, the very first time I ever used the Marion Street oil paints. So at some point, it'll be interesting to paint that Kalila bust again. I might also have another one of that Angelique bust, I think. Not sure. Alright, I think we're bringing out a little bit of these guys here, and I think... Where's our other big guy? Here he is. Don't you have some of those too? Yes, you do. Actually, I'm going to get some of my light again in the windows here, maybe. Touch lighter there. Hey, there's Space Toy. Nice to see ya. Everybody, please give Space Toy a follow. Space Toy, if you want to share some of your fabulous miniatures and busts and such in the chat there, please go ahead. So great to see you again there, Space Toy. This is a little bit of a different type of a thing for us to be painting here. Some Battlefleet Gothic ships. Well, not some, a whole bunch. I'm working on 3 of these big guys, 13 of the cruisers, 3 more of kind of the next class down, and then there was, what, 8 of the really the smaller ones. It could be closer to 30, because then there's also even some other small ones that you haven't even seen on screen. So yes, Space Toy is here to watch actual space toys being painted. But yeah, Space Toy, if you want to share your stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. Some fabulous miniatures there. Of course, we've also done other small scale stuff on stream here, which would be all of our Armada ships, right? Because those are pretty darn small. We've done a whole bunch of different fleets. We've done the Elf fleet, orcs, basically humans, everything so far except for the dwarves, because we did the Night, not the Night Stalkers, the Twilight Kin, basically the Dark Elves. Oh, Northern Alliance, we did them. So yeah, we've done a whole bunch of those Armada fleets. Let me, okay, I already, no, I'm gonna do some more of this. As Fulton, oh yeah, definitely. I'm just trying to bring this in line with the other ships that we've done, that's all. Again, this was one of the ships in the tutorial video. Everybody please check out that Instagram link there that Space Toy just shared with us. Some really amazing miniature painting there, so please go check that out. I need to get some more of that rust back here. So we're pretty decent on the scorching on the cowling there, I think. Just going to reinforce that a little bit more. And now we're just going to get into some pin line washi goodness here. So that one's got a bunch of oil painting on it there too. So again, please check out that Instagram link that Space Toy just posted. So Space Toy, hopefully all the painting, of course, goes very, very well. All right, what are we doing here? We're gonna do some of that, some of that. So this again, this is one of our not frontline liner bars. This is kind of semi-retired. It's not doing frontline service anymore, but we did all of our pin line wash type stuff with it because it gives us a little bit of precision without destroying this brush here. So again, everybody please check out that Insta link. Space Toy does really amazing work. Please be like Brush Guy. Check that out. This is the one. Remember, we had to kind of bring this thing back to life a little bit here. Just a smidge around the edges there. Alright, now I know there's those 4, or is it 3 or whatever, these guys. But yeah, it had that little bit of a logo there, so we're going to mess with that here. Well, Space Toy, sorry that the parts disappeared. Obviously, having it get dinged up is one thing, but losing the parts is kind of, that's the real indignity of it, right? Is that the parts going AWOL as well. I'm just trying to get a little light around these diamond shapes. Okay, that works. There's one of these over here. Again, with this little logo right here, or whatever that is. I'm going to try and bring out that part a little. And then around this too. Yeah, I'm just going to do that to each of these guys, I think. Space Toy, there was a figure where it falls and the piece that broke off of it somehow ended up not just several feet away, but the miniature had hit the floor. Somehow this thing bounced essentially over my head and into basically a teacup on a like a kitchen cabinet type thing. So it somehow bounced over my head, over my shoulder, at a very weird angle, completely opposite to the way it fell, and managed to land inside of a teacup because I found it 4 years later when we went to dust out that teacup or do something with it, whatever. And I said, wow, that's where that piece went, along with other strong metaphors. Yes, some non-Twitch eligible metaphors were used when that was discovered. Alright, there's a little touch of light right along the edges there. Just a little something. Where's it? Another one of these guys here. Also to do this crazy little logo thing here. It's sort of like the island of misfit toys. It's the island of all the broken parts. Which again is another reason to love 3D printing, because you just go, aha. You think you have foiled me this time. I'll just print you again. And if you continue to do that, I'll just keep printing that part over and over and over again. I'll keep printing that part till I run out of resin, and then I'll buy some more. So of course, I saw the impact. I saw it drop right in front of me. But somehow that piece again, it bounced over my head. And by over my head, I mean several feet somehow. And went in a completely, I mean, you couldn't have actually thrown it or done anything, whatever. And you could have tried to throw it into that cup. You could not have done it. And somehow it ended up inside there. And Space Toy might be headed towards the same thing. So about 4, 5, 6 years from now, you might find it or step on it. I know we were house sitting some cats or whatever, and we were advised that one of the cats had a little bit of an appetite for plastic things. Sure enough, that one part of that Land Raider, I didn't discover that till several years later when we were moving a couch to make room for Christmas trees or whatever. And sure enough, that is where Sebastian had left it. Now I think these almost seem to have a bit of a glow on them there. And I think these are now restored about as well as I can do them. Is there one more of those? Oh, there is. Okay, that's this one here. Yeah, Bithron, that kind of strategy, I will try and take one of my small little lights that's very bright and basically shine it at a very sharp angle to the floor. Like instead of down, almost this way, like right at it that way, and it almost sort of silhouettes things that are on the floor. It's like the floor becomes bas relief or something. Okay, here a little bit more of this now. Okay. A little bit on this edge too, right here. Let me try this up here and some more. On the bottom there, maybe that's too much. I'll just take some of it away. So these were 100% 3D printed. Again, there's nothing but support nubs and such. I didn't prep these ships. Yeah, Bithron, that's and if it's a really really bright light, for whatever reason, right, it tends to kind of do the trick. I'm just gonna get me a little bit of my turquoise on this here. Yeah, a little something. That one's already got it. This one does not have any. Let's do this.
Spark my gun, John.
Thank you so much, Poker Prodigy. Appreciate that. Once again, I appreciate the technological aspect of the ship here. It's probably a whole lot faster than those sailing ships, but I swear this is just getting smaller. It's like, dude, this ship is actually like 5 miles long. I'm 28 mil scale. Dude, what the heck are you? Again, not going to Valinor in that thing. Thank you so much, Poker Prodigy. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here, and thanks again for the follow. This has been a rather unique session right here. I've painted BFG ships before in my tutorial videos, but this is the very first time painting BFG stuff on stream. I wasn't sure if it would even really be visible. That is part of it. I thought that might be just a little too diminutive to really have show up on screen, but it seems like it's done fairly well. Alright, so glad I added that little bit of turquoise in here. That has been helpful. So thanks so much, Bithron, for doing that clip as always. I knew there was one more of these. So there's actually 4 of these guys. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if there. Oh, and that's right, there is still this one here. We still have this guy. That's right. Alright, we'll throw this in here now. And I'll leave the rest gray. It kind of does actually create an interesting effect where it's only a bit partially added with this turquoise here. So Bithron, I'm not, no numbers or anything like that. Again, these were for me. They would definitely, there would be something identifying them. I might even do something, well, obviously, like what you used to do with battleship turrets, right? Where there was, the tops of them would be painted different colors just to designate it as, or even that, like my barbershop navy, right? My Regia Marina, where it's got the barbershop stripes on all of the forward end on all the ships there, up towards the bow. So instead of maybe some of that, well, let's see. Here we got some of our indigo. Just do a little cleanup on some of these where it was a little bit difficult to reach all the way down in there. Get a little bit more of our darker. Yeah, that's one I'm going to fix up there. You know what? I'm just going to make that darker too. You know what? I noticed on one of my other ones, I did do some of the turquoise up here, so I'm gonna maybe do some of that. Where is something I can use as a blending brush here? I think you. Yeah. Not all of these have the same. This one has it though. Yeah, I am gonna just throw maybe more of a pinline wash. Wow, where this is it's almost gonna be like a verdigris. Yeah, wow, okay. Yeah, I'll do that. That's gonna be a nice quick way of doing this. So just kind of switching here to a little bit of a pinline wash of cobalt teal bluish. There we go. I was wondering why these looked a little bit different. Oh, not the ones with the radar domes on top. But there we go. All right. Well, that really does stand out with the Terra Rosa next to it. This one has one too. Can't do too much of it though. Otherwise, that's going to go all over the place. But I think I might head off to Tenebrum here since we've been doing this for almost 6 hours. Yeah, time flies when you're painting BFG ships, apparently. Let me get that. This one does have a little dome, so we'll do this one too. It's funny, we're going to be covering up some of our rust there. We will be taking away some of our rust effects, but that's alright. Now I'm going to just take some of this lighter stuff here. In you go. That's one of our big ships right there. So back to our, as I keep wanting to call it the Terra Turquoise, because it acts so much like our Terra Rosa. There. Maybe a little bit more of the, that's a little too light. Get some of that back here. Okay, now maybe some of the lightest light if we can. Right in there. So I do want to thank everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Thanks again, Bitron, for doing all the clips and such. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for doing all the moderations. Appreciate the raids as well. So thank you so much, Bitron. And again, we've got those. Going to be doing those Halo figs. That's the plan for the Saturday stream. Oh, thanks, Surface Tension. Appreciate you being here, as always. So that is what we got on the menu here. Get one. Here's the other one. You haven't actually seen this one yet. So I'm going to be dropping the primer on these guys tonight, too. So this is what we'll be painting on our Saturday stream. Now I'm going to get that raid countdown underway because it does take a little while to get going here. And Tenebrum, I think, is maybe assembling some figs. That was the only fellow painter that I could find. So thanks again, everybody. I really appreciate you being here, and I will see you tomorrow.